scroll up a bit to try and find the last time I posted this game. Because it was some time ago.
Live now.
Yeah.
There's Ryan's pretty face.
Yeah, it's one of them. Thank you. Also, don't ask me what that means. I don't know what that means. It was just funny to say. So.
What?
One
Ryan's
of them.
pretty face. Oh, right.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not here to put the jokes together for you, much like IKEA. At least you found the follow-up explanation funny. And
Man,
yes,
I love that.
good hello. Good hello. IKEA, if you want to sponsor the stream, please do. I'll say random furniture names for you. I'll actually make them NPCs in my games.
Yeah, that's so good.
Iskelligig. Yeah, we have not seen you in some time, Iskelligig. How goes the assembly? Oh
You
dear.
so could actually. That's such a good idea. Ways to get character names.
What, just randomise fucking IKEA products? Yeah.
Yeah, just go and look up, right? What's IKEA for table?
Oh dear. Anyway. So, it's us again. That's it, that's all I got. That's my intro. I hope you've enjoyed it.
It's like, yes, beer, we are back.
Yeah. After our completely planned break that we took and warned everybody of. Yes. Welcome to the Keepers of the Golden Gate session 74 somehow. It is the 18th of December 2020. Happy No Star Wars Day, everybody. And also happy No Dune, the new movie day. Like it should have been. Look forward to that in October. Skip ahead now if you're rewatching this like a year later to whenever I run a game in October and see my thoughts on the new Dune movie. Let me know how I liked it. Or didn't, I guess. I can't believe I have to wait till October. But anyway, so there's my intro. Here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Oh, I'm Sean and I play Bastiel, the Warforged cleric.
Good hello, everyone. I am Scott. I'm playing Crumbar. What am I playing? Half-Orc Paladin.
Hello, my name's Alex. I play Riz the Elven Monk.
Really sounded like Bastiel said, "Oh, I'm Shan." Because we missed the hello.
Yeah.
It was just, oh!
Wakey bones.
I think you're going to have to just have like an opening word, Shan, when you speak, so that your mic activates and loses the opening word. You know, speaking! Hello, everyone! You know, you're going to have to become like an HK-47 reference. Yeah. Inflammatory statement. How dare you? Oh dear. But anyway, so, what do you remember from last time?
We spoke to the king.
We had lunch in a garden. We had a garden party.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's fun to RP being close to people.
Isn't it?
And the big toaster himself, Magna, showed up, and
The big toaster himself. Aye.
was like,
Toasty.
you know, sat and had a wee chat with him, and didn't get in a fight. Didn't you know, try and throw down custody laws or anything like that with him, and
Fair.
I think we kind of had a wee chat. Talked to him about Vishal and stuff like that, and then he kind of, you know, zooped off. Oh, that's so good.
And he didn't know about the Great Golden One being
yeah.
captured, right?
Yeah.
Or what he looked like he didn't know.
Yeah.
I think it was it
so
Arya that was like rolled high enough on the
Really
insight
high.
check to
Yeah,
be like,
okay.
oh ho. There
Godly roll.
was a, yeah, it was, I think it was a crit probably, from memory. and if it wasn't, I guess it is now. So here we go.
So
But yeah, I think it was Arya that noticed the tiniest look of surprise at that information.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
yeah, 22 for a roll of the scroll up and
Nice.
check. Yeah. All in all, it actually went quite pleasant for an encounter with Magna.
Hmm? Yeah.
Kind of let us basically know it's like because I think I was asking for his help to get back to the GGW, and then he was like, you could do that yourself, bro. I was like, oh my god, so again.
Yeah, also, it was a nice way of him also going, I know you have what I have. Also, without having to say it.
but mine's is on a big stick. Haha.
Oh, dear.
Then we did talk to JeSTORYa for a wee bit, but then Alex kind of broke time and space, so
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like Riz may have broke time
Yeah,
space.
how
Alex
dare
is
you.
just piloting him.
Yeah.
Let's think, well, my
Blindly,
car
drunk.
knocked the guy down. I was just behind the wheel, officer. But yeah. Yeah, anything else we're missing out then? Anything else?
Starting to question. Oh yeah, the Elven Queen, about her telling us that she helped that Magna was helping Vishal. Starting to wonder if that is true or not now.
Elves would never lie or be vague, right?
You have such short lives.
Every word counts for the most.
Yeah, so now I'm kind of debating if that is true or not.
Fair,
But,
yeah.
I mean, thinking about it, when I did mention Magna to Vishal did kind of be like, face spasm.
Yeah, he seemed annoyed at the mention of him. Yeah.
I get, and then obviously when I mentioned Vishal, he was,
They're obviously disgruntled exes, and they don't like talking about each other anymore.
I'm starting to think that, right? Like, because he's down like, I'm gonna go show him what I'm made of.
And Magna's like, the guy's
whatever that
my
means.
favourite CDs. You still get, Vishal still got my favourite CD and my hoodie. I'm gonna go get it back.
Give me my Alanis Morissette CD, you bitch.
To be fair, we'd all go hunting for our Alanis Morissette CD if it came down to it. So,
Jagged Little Pill was such a great album.
Alanis, if you're out there and you want to RP, hit me up. Just saying. You're more than welcome. You can't play a bard though. Just kidding. You can play what you want. Oh dear. So yeah, anything else then to remind ourselves of? Anything else that happened?
We didn't make a war happen, which was good.
Not another war, yeah.
Nothing that's really coming to mind for me.
I mean, the thing is though, you are
Just
missing
the-
out the part where you did pretty much blame it on the Elf Queen. So, because you
blame
did.
what on the Elf Queen?
I mean, Magna's involvement with everything, because you did blame all that on the Elf Queen, because he says, "Who has led you to this belief?" And you're like, "Ah, the Elf Queen."
Oh right. I thought you were meaning it's the Elf. I thought you were meaning it's the Elf Queen's fault that Magnus involved in everything.
Send
No.
a messenger pigeon quick. Heads up.
I mean, I don't know elves and sizzle. Like, well, I actually know quite a lot of elves, it turns out, but
Like, I've actually met their queen, actually. She gave me a gift, she put me up for the weekend. Like, never met an elf in my life, though.
I don't know. Someone else think of this one. I'm out.
I will say,
How
because
does
it's funny and kind of topical, but obviously we lost Dom, the player that played Plagal, and I just thought of Messenger Plagal as a funny play on Messenger Pigeon, because that's where he was sent by JeSTORYa. I just don't mind straight up saying that. So Messenger Plagal was very funny to me. But yeah, he was returned to his queen. He got all the way across the board, so you know the rules.
I have mostly been, for the past 2 weeks, trying to work out who the hell has the GGW. And
it's Maggie Simpson, by the way. I'll just spoil that now.
Oh, that kid with the one eyebrow.
Oh dear. But yeah, like
Because I'm
anything
like,
else? Anything else like worthy of recounting? I always say recanting instead of recounting. I'm like, you can't recant things. I'm sorry, everything happened. So
I think the main thing is we're wanting to try and get JeSTORYa in a bubble to have an actual conversation with
just
her.
treat me like as a Pokemon. And you come, I choose you, JeSTORYa. Solve our problems. Right, Shan, you almost sounded like you were
JeSTORYa,
trying to say
better.
something. Speak more.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that was the main thing, right? We were in the middle of something, and like we're halfway through the process of getting her aside for a private meeting,
Yeah.
and that's what we were concentrating on.
Okay.
That's where we left off.
Well,
Time
until
froze.
Riz froze time and
Yeah.
universe and
Well, I didn't freeze time. Someone else did.
Oh,
who
it's
I
like
may have summoned.
someone else did. Right.
Yeah, I can't freeze time. So that's for my skill set. It
Tell
was a
that to my.
cool. It was like a fade to black thing
Mhm.
as well. It was like everybody was disintegrating in a.
Do you
very
remember the
slow.
words that were said to you though?
You're quite lost, aren't you, Riz, or something like that? Let me just check. You're quite lost, aren't you, Riz? I think that's it.
I don't know if I would have put such a inflection on it personally because of my lack of tone, but yeah.
That's a question mark. The person
No, questioning
saying
mark
is really
was the worst.
confused. What?
You're quite lost, aren't you? Or is it you're quite lost? Oh wait,
No.
aren't you Riz? Like it depends how you say
Sorry.
it. Okay, yeah. What about Arya? Anything you wanna recount regarding the former session?
Well, I think Arya's a bit confused as to what's going on. She has a bit of a suspicion that perhaps we can't really talk here with JeSTORYa in a way that would be, you know, private and such, given our past experience. So Arya is kind of like taking everything with a grain of salt and not really sure what to believe.
Plus, there was a lot of
Both about
suspicion from
JeSTORYa's
yourself last
behavior
time.
now.
I was gonna say yeah, like
Yeah.
I know you were pretty sus last time in the wrap-up chat. When it came to JeSTORYa's like sudden, not so suspicious of her dad vibes. Yeah.
Yeah, like it does sound weird to me that like at some point she went out of her way to create a temporary "oh, he can't hear us now" thing, and now suddenly she's fine talking around him. I don't know. That really is sus in Arya's
She
book.
definitely did a lot of talking around him though, as you may have noticed. He pretty much commanded the scene, to be honest. So he did.
Well,
I know. I suppose it's one of the side, features of your character sheet when you've got King of the World at the top of it, right? I suppose, So yeah, the joys. So with that recap, we will jump into the goals. So currently, what we have is one of my favourite worded goals in existence: talk to Brotherhood of Power to gain information about Pa and the Rod. Horizon.
yay! Scottish.
I added the apostrophe into this one, but find Ermos's location. Learn where Indrelament sent us. Have a secure conversation with JeSTORYa. Establish a base of operations in the Horizon area, possibly with charisma. The character, not the stat. And personal goals. Arya has find out info about Indrelament. Bastiel has explore connections to the Dragon Empire. Crumber has make amends, I think, or it looks like you're like
Amides!
I was gonna say, yeah, make Greek character for Dondribella. I've made you Amides, a husband. Make amends with Dondribella, and Riz has discovered what way Mark is connected to me. So, those are goals. Keep them in mind for the session, and if they need to be altered at the end of said session. And yeah, I think we're gonna open up with, well, let's face it, it's gonna be Riz, right? We know. He's kind of pulled the attention to himself by me putting it on him, mostly.
What was it he got said again? I know you literally just said it 2 minutes ago, but I can't remember.
Do you want to tell him again, Riz?
I don't know if I'm saying it right. It makes it sound. whoever it is thinks I'm lost. Basically, is a bit
Yeah,
like this.
yeah. Mm.
And they use my name, so they know me.
Was it? You're not where you're meant to be right now, are you?
Oh
Or
wow!
something
If
like
that's it, that's impressive. That's better. Your note taking is impressive.
Summarize as, who are you and why are you here?
Yeah.
But yeah, so to reset the scene, everything fades to black, slowly as everything kind of just froze, slowing to like a halt. And then I feel like Riz stood up and backed away from the table briefly, but maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I was ready to. Yeah.
And then, everything kind of, the light dies around you to the point where you're in this kind of, blackened space. You hear the voice say the exact words that are from the last recording that I don't remember word for word. And people can go back and listen to them because it's all recorded. And yeah, you're just surrounded in darkness. What's your reply?
Show yourself. Who's there?
You feel Mark clutching into your shoulder and you like your arm.
Okay, he's with me. Cool.
He's like almost behind you, peering almost like Shaggy would behind Fred in Scooby Doo, And he's like, "Where are we?" This is Mark saying this to you.
I have no idea.
How did we get
Do
here?
I know which way the voice is coming from?
It's very, very hard to tell. You could roll perception though, if you want to try and pinpoint it.
Let's do it.
Oh-ho!
Oof.
Oh-ho! It is every direction.
Okay.
Very specifically, there is not a single direction it's coming from. It seems like the space you are in is speaking to you.
Yeah.
So that's fun. What a good roll though to start with. And Mark's like, I don't like it, we should leave.
I'll just whisper to him, how?
How did you get us here?
I'll just speak to the voice again, wherever it is, ignoring Mark's, letting Mark's comment die off. Who are you?
And then the voice speaks again, and it says, "Is that really the most important question you have for me?" And then the room pulls in. It's obviously that bread maker appears, that small gnomish woman. And I'm kidding.
Damn it! All along.
As I said, the space you're in is hard to perceive because it's like, as I said, it's all dark. But you're able to see you and Mark perfectly fine, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even in kind of black and white elf vision or anything. It's in, as colourful as Mark's entire outfit is, and all of the non-space, the black sphere of non-space around you seems to like warp into like a kind of almost humanoid figure, like pulling as if shadow is taking form.
Ooh, yeah.
And then it's almost like a kind of a mirror darkly of you, and then it lifts its hand and just like waves it, as if dismissing you, and you just hear the word "Begone, Spectre," and then Mark like just dusts and vanishes.
Ooh, okay.
Oh my god, it's Thanos.
It's like the Earthsea. It's was it?
Wait, what?
So
yeah.
it says, "Is this form more suitable to the exchange you wish to have?"
I've got like Nagero drawn, but I'll like just put it against my side so it's not threatening, because I obviously know that this person's very powerful.
Turns out a match
Don't wanna
kills them.
create-
They're really flammable. Like,
Yeah. I'll just say, well, Rish will say, why have you brought me here?
as I said, you're lost. What brings
Where
you
should
to
I be?
Horizon? And then, yeah, like, if you want it, we'll delete mine and we'll have yours. You say, where should I be?
Thanks.
That's okay, yeah. And yeah, I'm nice. Until you die in the Shadow Realm, I guess. Sorry,
5 minutes
Alex.
later.
Bye. I'm replacing you as a player. No, I'm kidding. So It says, where do you think you should be? You seem to have aligned yourself with mighty tides.
Well, I didn't have much choice for everything that's happened to me.
What would you choose if you could?
I've had such a limited experience, I don't know.
I'm not going to take that personally, just out of character, just so you know. These are in charge of your own XP values, just saying.
No, I've had a double past, man. I've been thrust into like
that's true.
newness every time. Yeah, not again, kind of against my will, right? Every incident. So
it's a very poignant conversation, to be fair, right? It's kind of like saying, "Well, what would you pick?" I don't know. I've never really had a lot of experience picking things. Damn it.
I'll just go back to. But who are you?
You can make out the form enough that you can get the impression this thing smirks. And then like the room kind of bends more to the point where like its form seems to like be walking closer to you. And it says, I think you should be more focused on seeking out who you are than who I am. If it helps, you can think of me as a guide for lost souls. It seems to be like pacing around you in like a wide circle. But
can I like get insight on that to see if it's like true, like what you're saying?
Yeah, like you don't like you don't feel like you're being misled at all by it. Like you don't get like any hints of it being misleading. The only thing you can kind of get though is like as it's like doing its kind of wide-angled, circle around you as if it's almost assessing you. The background's only visible by what seems to be coming out to form the shapes of the creature, right? So, but the best way to think of it is if you were inside a balloon and then somebody poked their finger into the balloon, you'd only see the finger because of the shape the balloon made. Right?
Yeah,
and then if you imagine that figure walking around like that idea, only in shadow and darkness and existential crisis. But yeah, so definitely like you don't feel like you're being misled by this thing. Like there's no hint of, am I being manipulated here?
Okay. So I'll say, well, how can you help me then?
What makes you think I'm here to help?
You said you help lost souls, and you said I'm lost.
And you need my help, do you?
I have a few questions.
Then ask while you can.
Well, I'll just show my hand, my mark.
Always a good start.
Like, how did? Yeah, like I showed it and it got here, so I'm gonna just assume like they must know. I'll show my mark and I'll just.
So
say,
you unwrap it fully then?
Sorry?
You're gonna unwrap it fully because I know you only peeked at it last time.
Yeah, I'll unwrap it fully.
There's no mark on your hand.
I'll just look. I won't really hide the shock on my face when I see there's no mark.
Luckily, the bandages hide the shock on your face, so.
I'll be like, I'll just say, I had a mark on my hand. Where is it?
You have many marks on you from your experiences, it seems. But they are not all exactly things you wish to carry, often, are they?
So can I put it together that this might be the Prince of Shadows?
Don't know. Do you think that? Like, if you think that, I'm not going to tell you don't think that, am I?
Yeah, like I would put that together. Like the mark has disappeared.
I mean, you could roll insight if you wanted to give, like, you want me to actually give you an answer based on numbers.
Okay, yeah.
Assume it. Because if it goes wrong, you're screwed.
No, it just means it doesn't have a concrete understanding. It's different, right? Like.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's enough evidence either way to say it either is or isn't, right? Like, based on what you know of the Prince of Shadow, which is exactly what again?
That this is like a mark that he gives, like a death mark, or some people tattoo it on themselves to like Like some people
So
pretend that
nobody
they're connected to it, and other
would
people.
like nobody in their right mind is what I'll say would tattoo it on them. I'm not gonna say nobody would tattoo it on them because there's people out there that will. But like
Yeah.
it's not something
It's
that you would eagerly wish upon you.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a negative thing, right?
Yeah. Being marked by or for the Prince of Shadows is a curse, essentially, according to a lot of people.
Yeah.
But yes, the form like walks forward, right? Like seemingly like it doesn't seem to be like stretching the shadows between what looks like what might have been a wall. It just seems like the perceivable space between it and you is smaller, right? It kind of shrinks and it walks up to you, and by that I don't mean the person gets shorter. They're still the same height as you. And they put their hand out and they go, "May I see this mark you speak of?"
So they want my hand.
Yeah, and they've got their hands outstretched.
Oh, you're getting married.
So I'll give him my hand, but like there's no mark there, right?
Correct.
I'll just say it was there on my palm, and I'll describe what it looked like. I've seen it like all my life, as far as I can tell, which I haven't had all my life. But you know what I mean. It's been a while.
Yeah, you've had it for a long period of time. Yes.
Yeah.
By comparison to how long you have been alive. Yes. And you know this like cold water is what it feels like when this thing touches you, right? Like really, really fresh cold water is the feeling. And like it picks up your hand and like kind of like turns it over and looks at it, and then like it traces a finger over the exact spacing where the mark would be.
Okay.
And you know, the form lifts its head and looks at you, and it goes, "What does this mark mean to you?"
It's given me nothing but grief. It's disrupted everything I've wanted so far.
Then
left with more questions.
Is its removal something you wish? Or its understanding?
I want to understand it.
And it lets go of your hand. It says, "And what of this spectre was bound to you?" And it motions its head as if over your shoulder, implying mark. Right?
But the mark's gone from our conversation, right? Like he shooed off.
Like he literally just like faded away. Yeah, when that thing like waved his hand at him.
You say spectre? What do you mean?
Something that once lived and now clings to the living.
How does he cling to me?
That I do not know. But he can be removed also.
And do I know it? Can I do a history thing? Do I know anything of specters or whatever that sort of thing is?
Yeah, it'd be more like Arcana. You'd roll for that.
Arcana.
Yeah.
Can I do it?
Sure.
12.
Sure. Everybody's heard of ghosts.
Okay.
Right?
There's never really a positive experience when there's a ghost living on your back, right?
That exact wording, no. It's not to say you haven't heard of people been like speaking about spirits in a fond kind of let's remember the ancestors, and they're all here looking at our wonderful, you know, Day of the Dead. Here's everybody's pictures on a plinth thing, you know. I can't remember the term for it, but right, like not everybody thinks ghosts are bad, but not everybody that speaks about ghosts a lot speak about them in a good way because they're either mad or they're being haunted, right? So. I don't imagine Riz has had a great deal of experience with ghosts, given his life.
No. What will happen if this spectre disconnects from me? What will happen to the spectre?
If you wish it disconnected, why care so much for its future, so to speak?
Because I care for things.
Then why wish it disconnected?
I don't want to be harmed.
Are you being harmed by this spectre?
Not physically, mentally. You won't give me a straight answer. Let's put it that way.
It's abuse.
And then I'm feeling attacked.
Mhm.
Then like
Is this where you roll for initiative?
the shape
Is it-
itself like kind of like moves back again, like as if like pacing around you again slowly.
Can I? Do you perhaps move the spectre to an object I have?
It can be rebound. It would depend greatly on the object.
I'll just present Nagaru. Magical spear of fakeness.
And then the shadowy form thing just walks forward again and then puts out its hand. May I?
And I'll pass him my spear.
Mhm.
Is that what you asked for?
Yep, that's pretty much what he's saying. He's
Yeah.
putting his hand out for, because you're holding your spear up, being like, Nagaru,
Cool.
my magical spear. And it looks over and it goes, there is enough energy for it to live in here. Yes. If you would wish this.
I just imagine every time I go to a sanctuary, it's going to be like mucked up, like it's like kind of pie. There, like clean up your shit. What is this? Sorry, guys. Just apologizing for everybody
like,
that needs help.
It is pretty much what you're committing it to, though, right?
I know it could be bad, but I kind of.
But at the same time as
Mark's
well,
not bad.
see from a mechanical point of view, right? It would always count against the numbers you're working with, right?
It would just be like one down.
Yeah,
right?
That's it. Like it would be any time it was used, it would always have a +1 attached to it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say that if he's in there, and obviously as soon as 200 days run out, you could never recharge it because he's always in there. That's bullshit. But anytime you took 5 people there, it would be 6. If you took 7 people there, it'd be 8.
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like Mark's got stuff to offer. Like he's been around for ages, and if he's like a spectre, then he's like experienced,
right?
You know, a lot. So I feel he might be of use.
And it's a way of having him controllable in a way.
Yeah, exactly. If I know where he is, then
yeah, because right now he just kind of it's only Riz that can really see and interact with him. So if we had him, I was about to say locked up.
Wow.
But if we had him in a place that we knew that we could go and speak to him, at least that would be.
I mean, you don't know if you would be able to see him still, right? You just know that you'd be rehoused. But yeah, so we're back in the scene. I think the way I would convey what I just told you mechanically is the shadow would say, this would not be without cost.
Yeah, I'll accept the cost.
And then it hands you the spear back.
I'll accept Nagaru.
Feels a tiny bit heavier than it used to, weirdly.
1 gram. It's like a full person's weight. Oh, this is really going to slow down my attacks.
But if you throw it at something to catch it, they're in for a surprise. Heavier than the looks. It says, what of this other burden you carry?
So, what of the chamber? That's when I remember getting the mark. You know anything of the chamber? Why was I sent there?
I can access anything you have experienced if you allow me.
Okay, I'll enable assessing.
Then there is almost a sense of like this thing like pausing to think, right? As if processing the fact that you've now just went, sure, here's the Netflix of my life. And
my search histories.
Okay. Yeah, delete that. Yep, unwatch that, add that from my list. Yep. I didn't watch 17 again. Not me. And a movie I've never actually seen, by the way, but wouldn't be against watching.
What movie?
17 again. It was the most random thing I could think of at the time.
17 again is amazing.
Chandler and what's his name?
Yeah, Chandler and Zac Efron. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, Ryan, watch it. It is
I probably
amazing.
will one day. one day I'll get to it. Mostly because I've now made a joke about it online. But yeah, so this thing kind of seems to be processing. And it says, I can see why you'd wish to rehouse the spectre. As it like kind of like tilts its shadowy head towards you.
Mm.
It says, this information, this chamber you were in, I do not believe that you were supposed to be there. It seems like you were caught up in the wake of something beyond you.
Interesting.
The
And
f- the
sorry,
fact
did
that
I
you-
did
so-
I connect that it was the Prince of Shadows, or no? I didn't.
I said there's, I mean, if you wanted to believe that, you could, but
Yeah, okay.
there
But
was
it might
like,
not
it's
be.
really
Yeah.
just if you think Riz would believe it, then yeah, there's nothing
Yeah.
definitively out. Like, if you'd rolled super high and it isn't, for example, lots of qualifiers here, I could tell you why you wouldn't, right? If that was the
Mhm.
case. But obviously you don't know either way if it is or isn't. It's just, if you think that, yeah, a 14 is good enough to think that.
Okay.
But obviously if I was trying to mislead you and you rolled low and it is the shadow guy, then I could be like, nah, you don't believe that. You think this could be any number of
Yeah,
ghost
yeah,
stories you've
yeah.
heard, blah, blah, blah. It's a difficult one to interpret, but it's also a way that I can definitively give you
Yeah, it's
answers,
good.
which is nice.
It's a good way to handle it. Yeah.
Unlike Shan's panic of DM dickery, when it's like, no, but if you roll low, you get screwed over. Don't worry about it, Shan. Don't worry.
Okay, so back on the subject.
Yes. So yeah,
The wake of what?
and the form looks at you and it says, "You are quite something to have survived this experience thus far, and to be sought out by." And it pauses. Very like obviously. It says, "Did you
Alright.
learn anything from this chamber?"
That it depicted events that hadn't happened yet, and then person and something else arrived with a mighty explosion. Do you know of them reading my mind?
Of them, I am quite familiar. And
Who are
then
they?
the
Sorry, go
room
ahead.
seems to let go of them shadow-wise, and they seem to become like independent of the space they're in. So that, like the way you and Mark were just present here, this entity is now present here, right? I am still kind of like wreathed in shadow, but now it looks identical to the thing that was with the guy that you
Okay.
remember. One was kind of hard to make out, and the other one was
Yeah.
slightly more defined. This is now the hard to make out one, looking exactly as hard to make out as what you remember. It is. So
Yes.
it was. So it is you. Is what this thing says to you.
So I'll just like fucking really jump up, ready into a combat mode, like with this shotgun back. I'll say with a stern voice, "You are the same, like one and the same."
I am, and yet you are not.
What are you, and why were you there?
The form rushes forward like the wind, like a strong gale blowing, right, to the point where before you know it, it has a grip on your wrist holding the Geru, and a blade, it feels, has just been dragged across your throat.
Okay.
So fast to the
Good.
point where the wind happens, you feel that, and then the thing is clearly standing behind you, as maybe
Yeah.
like you fall onto like Nagari, like holding it up as like a staff, as it were, clutching at your throat. There's no cut on your throat, but it definitely felt like it was cut.
Like super samurai anime vibes.
Yeah,
Like-
and the form says, "You have nothing to fear from me unless you oppose me. You may stand."
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that
Mm.
as knowledge and not be aggressive. I'm just dealing with a lot of things here, man. I've got a lot of
It's a lot to
fear.
process.
I
Fear
just
leads
have a
to
lot of
anger.
feelings.
So
And anger is useful
Why
for
were
a
you-
barbarian.
so why were you there? What are you? I'll say it in a kind of way.
So like you turn to face it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can
Not
see it's
aggressive though.
It's standing with like a blade in its hand, like a knife. But you can't like the knife's also wreathed in shadow, like the whole thing's like coated over, as it were. And it tilts its wrist, like it kind of pivots its wrist a little, with the dagger in its hand, and you feel the cut on your neck.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking, did you tell me something like this in the past? Oh,
And it
shit.
says,
I've been marked.
"I would not oppose me, but at this point you do not. So choose your steps carefully." Riz.
Referring to my words.
It's referring to your agenda, I think, right?
Well, I can't help anything if I don't know what it is. So it could be a future team, buddy.
I think it's because you just took quite an aggressive stance towards
No,
him.
I regressed from it. Like, and I just.
It's
turned
also
around,
the
just
like
asked-
so things
yeah.
that the party don't know are obviously everything else that happened to you in that room, though, right? So keep in mind you haven't exactly told them everything.
Yeah.
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 It wasn't exactly a conflictless scene previously.
There was an
You
epic fight.
and then dives across table, punches guy.
Yeah.
So it's standing there, obviously, like with its one hand out to the side, the other hand holding the dagger out to the side, and obviously the intimidation there is like that it has already cut your neck, right?
Yeah.
Even if you
I'll-
aren't suffering it yet.
I'll just take the wrap and just like push it to my neck
Mhm.
with my free hand. But I don't look scared or anything.
Mhm.
Like I'm just like super calm. And I'll just say, I'll just say,
I quick save, and then I say,
yeah, quick save before I try this.
Oh man, now that would be an amazing spell.
quick save, yeah.
Like I mean you no harm. I just need to understand. So what were you doing in that chamber, and what value is that chamber to you? Is there
Yeah.
any sort of like sincerity thing I can do?
Can I roll a truth or trust?
I'll show them my hit die. It's a D8.
Honest, Betty, look at me. I'm only a level 8 character.
That's what I'm made of.
And,
D8s.
the form, right? It says that chamber holds the future of this world. Something you have been lucky enough to glance at on its walls. I assume the images you've seen meant little.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was in a language I didn't quite understand. I've never seen it before. The pictures. But who was that man?
There's
you
a
were with?
smirk immediately as you say that to the form. Like you
He
can
smirks?
feel the smugness of it all, right?
Okay, yeah.
And then there's a laugh that just becomes like an echo, like somebody drops something down like a really echoey hallway. Immediately, just like uncomfortably so. And maybe by the time it even translates that it's a laugh, this thing is just like stoically staring again.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, creepy, right? And it says, what you looked at, that language you were unable to translate, is truth.
Yeah. I think I remember, like, in my backstory, it was like worshipping some sort of thing, right? It was like a.
There was a lot
was
of
some
different like images and imagery of
Yeah.
various things that some of it made sense and some of it was almost like parallel to what you were aware of, almost like this is like an alternative history.
Yeah. It almost like this place is going to become as significant because it's a place of worship for this thing, or like
Mhm.
a ceremony.
Like it
that's
either
gonna happen
was
for
significant
this
because
thing.
of what it was, or it will be significant because of what it
Yeah.
will be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the
Right.
temporal jank is the reason why it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Yes, Scott?
Yeah.
So, see, when you said what you saw was truth,
Mhm.
is the actual language truth? Is that what you mean, or is it?
Questions we'll wonder if Riz asks.
Because I'm like, none of us know how to speak truth.
It's a very complex and vague language, is my experience. But yeah, so that's what it answers, and yeah, that's like you definitely have. Again, very dreamlike, where if you try and push for the memories, it's hard to grasp the concepts of what the images meant, right? Like, you know you looked at images, you know you recognized some of the things in the images, but a lot of the grander context was just not available, right?
Yeah.
And almost like the more you push for it, the harder it is to hold on to. Because, you know, facts, right?
So I'll just shift it to what I do know, which was the well-dressed man that was with you. So I'll just inquire, who was that man you're with?
And as I said, the smugness immediately vanished after the laugh, right? And it said, obviously, that, you know, what you couldn't read was truth. And then you ask, you know, who was the well-dressed man? It's merely a tool to access that place.
And he was the reason you could access it. He was the key.
And then the shadowy form says, he facilitated the access to that place, yes. But he will not facilitate your access if that is where you are planning to go.
What was that weapon he wielded? The one that looked like black liquid.
Then the form says, I am not here to know everything that is of the people I require help from. Some things are beyond even me.
And so your goal, your aim is to establish this chamber, to preserve it some way?
I require access. And I was barred from that place. I removed
Who barred you?
the bar.
Sorry, go ahead.
And it just it just finishes
go.
and says, I removed the bar. You could then say, who barred you? And it says,
He undid it, yeah.
something you are very familiar with tried to stop my ability to access this place. The hooded woman.
I'll say Celeste.
Yeah, and like the entire place reacts when you say that. You know, like an oscilloscope when you drop a hammer on glass. Yeah. Lots of, the smooth, imperceivable, shapeless darkness all becomes horrible and spiky and angry momentarily. And then this thing like flinches and then says, yes, Celeste.
So you oppose Celeste?
Scott?
Sorry, just so Celeste has blocked this Shadow Man guy from going back to that place, that chamber that Riz got the mark put on.
And when Riz saw this shadowy guy and the well-dressed man turn up, that was the shadow guy undoing that. All that's in the past. Right, Scott? So that's happened. So Celeste stopped him going there, and he undid that.
Right, okay.
And we don't know what's happened since.
Okay, so I thought it was the other way around.
Nope,
he went there, then Celeste stopped it. Right, okay.
No, we're kind of explaining the story backwards.
Right, okay.
Deliberately.
Okay. Just because I'm trying to take notes from Mike. What the fuck?
So yeah, I think you said, do you know Celeste? Or you know Celeste? What was your last statement?
I said, so you oppose Celeste?
Oppose. I was like, no. I do not. Our goals and mine align for the most part.
Fuck.
Do you say that in character? Because it's fairly apt.
Just like when you think you're getting somewhere, it's like, oh, you're on the sort of same side. Okay, cool. Just a temporary barring. And,
banned for the night, too rowdy.
Ask him what his goals are.
He's trying to, like, the chamber, right? He's trying to, like, have access to it for what is to come. That's as far as. But I want to know.
Well, it's more so see how he said that our goals align for the most part. It's like, well, what goals do you share? Because it might be that.
Okay, I'll just ask about Celeste's goals. I think, like, let's see what he knows of Celeste.
I'd say.
Well,
it's good.
what were you going to ask though, right? What was your thought process before Scott asked that? Because
sorry,
it's
yeah.
okay. I just wanted to know what your original thought process was.
I'm sort of just improvising as I go, like just trying
Mhm.
to answer as many questions as I have. I think the next one would have been. I was just trying to find if there was a conflict anyway between them. Like, I don't know anything really about Celeste.
I mean, I
and
think
she
you've got
saved
like
me.
concrete evidence of there is clearly a conflict, even if it was brief, right? It's not to say
Yeah.
that you know anything more than the fact that, but they've definitely like whatever has happened. She stopped him getting there, and he found a way to undo that.
She's pretty powerful.
I can't tell if this is you as Riz now.
No. Just me.
Just me.
Whatever my name is. I'm not Riz.
Not Riz. My favorite of the not Riz. But yeah, I mean, and I say by no means missing. You can't ask what Scott was asking. I'm just saying I was interested to see if you had a thought process that was separate to what he kind of overrode for you there.
Yeah, I've forgotten if I did have it.
It's okay. Anything else you want to ask then in that moment? Because obviously, the last thing that said was, for the most part.
Your goals align for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And what is Celeste's goals?
Then the figure takes like a step towards you and says, "The hooded woman has recruited you into her service. I would expect that you would be looped in more than I." You can tell as well this thing's no longer holding that dagger. Like, as hard as its form is to make out in a lot of places, like, it's clearly just got like, an empty hand again. Not that you saw it sheath anything. But the figure kind of like, its body language is basically saying, well. It doesn't say that though. But its body language definitely is saying, you tell me, basically.
And you came to me now for a reason?
The form kind of like half turns away and kind of like starts walking around you again and says, "You think I came to you, and not that you came to me."
Oh.
Through the mark, I came to you.
And then there is a silence for like maybe 15 seconds, and the thing just stops pacing, and it turns back and kind of like, still on like body addresses you, and it says, "You were marked by me. You have found your way back to me. And I have helped you. Will you help me?"
What do you need help with?
Something only you can achieve.
Don't be like, kill JeSTORYa. Cut her head off in front of everyone, especially Arya. No. I'll just like, what?
Laughs in GM. It says, "So curious, and yet this curiosity will lead you to many dark places that you will regret going to. I would be mindful of the things you wish to ask of others, much like I ask of you now."
Well, I can deny anything you say.
And then, like, it tilts the knife again that's in its hand, and you
Okay.
feel the blade across your throat, and it says, "You can deny anything you wish in this world, including the world itself."
So when you say, can I help you? You're just saying, do this
And
or
then
die.
there's a smugness again to its posture and, like, what little of its face you're able to make out, which is very little. And it says, I will ask this of you, and you can refuse, and you will suffer no direct consequences of this action. I will take no vengeance upon you.
And if I want to speak with you again after our exchange here,
I'm sure you will find a way. You are quite familiar with the darkness.
what do you ask of me?
A simple gift to be delivered.
Where is this simple gift?
And then it just lifts its hand up, and it's a small wooden box. Probably about the size a dagger could fit in, right? Kind of very fancy, ornate looking kind of wooden box.
Mm-hmm.
And that hands it out to you.
I'll just collect it.
So that's
and
like you
I'll
got
ask,
you touch the box and it doesn't let it go. And it says, gift this to JeSTORYa.
first, what's in it?
Something only she would be able to perceive. So you may open the box if you wish, but that answer you will never learn. Now let's go to the box.
So I'm gonna just open it because I don't wanna.
Yeah.
This looks like C4 explosive. I know what this is.
It's just bees. It's full of bees. And then you get swarmed by bees and you die because you're allergic.
When I hold the box, is there an Arcana check I can do? Anything to like? Is it magical? Is there some sort of energy
yeah,
off of it?
you can roll Arcana, but that isn't detect magic. But you can roll Arcana to see if there's anything like Arcana based.
Okay. Detect magic is like a spell?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have that. I'll do this.
Yeah. This looks like the most plainest looking, like
it's
fancily
gonna
carved wooden box. So there's nothing remotely arcane or magical in nature. It doesn't hint to magical scripture or rituals or, even loosely based on. Yeah, like it's only obviously made of wood. As I said, it's probably about maybe, let's see, 4 inches wide by 2 inches tall by maybe about 14 inches long, right?
Oh wow, it's quite long, yeah.
Yeah, as I say, it can fit like a dagger in it.
Yeah.
And because of the fantasy models that we've got for the graphics team, all daggers are one size and quite chunky in everybody's hands, so the graphics budget wasn't that good this year. We spent it all in the bloody shadow room, and yeah. So you open the box, and it has a like kind of deep purple silk kind of cloth in the base of it, and that's it.
Okay. And if I present this gift or message, who should I say it's from?
She will know.
Well, I want to know who I'm speaking to now.
So I love this idea that you've just like subtly just been like that's the most subtle way of just shaking someone's shoulders and being like, "Who are you?"
So what was he actually said? Because I never heard it. Never came through for me.
What I just said?
Yeah.
I've forgotten it, but it's basically.
Because you asked,
I said,
who will I say it's
I want
from?
to know for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty much, something along those lines.
And okay, so if you're saying, basically, well, I would like to know. Its reply is, and that is something that is beyond you to ask.
Okay. So
I have done you a service, and you will do me this service. Kind of like emotions in the sense of the body language is asking the question, even if the figure isn't, right? Like even if the way he said it sounds like he's expecting you to, the body language definitely says, right?
And you have done me a good service, and I thank you for that. but I want no harm to come to JeSTORYa. Could you
Then
say
make
that?
sure no harm comes to JeSTORYa.
You said make sure. What did you say, sorry?
Yeah, then make sure no harm comes to JeSTORYa.
Okay. And this gift won't do that.
It says, this gift is for JeSTORYa. If I wanted JeSTORYa dead, she would be dead.
I'll just bow to this knowledge.
There's like a laugh again, that horrible, like, you know, harsh echo laugh. Just mostly just like someone going ha, but like in a corridor that really violently echoes it. And then it says, "You do not need to bow to me. I require nothing of that."
Take it on board. Take that on board. Is it not? It's like not the laugh and everything and the voice. It's like not like a common race, right? It's not like a normal entity. It feels
No, because it's like because
otherworldly.
I was gonna say it definitely feels otherworldly because of the omnidirectional vibes it has, right? Like because it's coming from everywhere at once.
Yeah.
It's probably really disconcerting to see one aspect of this space speaking, despite the voice coming from all points. You know, like when you're listening to something, you think, well, that can't be coming from that direction, and you sit up and then you realize it is actually from a totally different direction that made sense, but the way you were lying or the way you had your ears or whatever meant it sounded like it was coming from somewhere because of the distortion. So it's probably really trippy because of that. I'm sure there are
like
audio engineering terms, but
I'm thinking like the Necromancer and Dol Guldur, you know, like Sauron.
Yeah,
that
that's
scene
not a bad
was
visual.
really weird. Yeah.
It's not a bad visual. And audio, I guess.
Yeah, that was sick. That scene. Cool. Well, I think I can't really think of anything else to ask, and I think my companions are going to be really screaming at me now. It's like, ask this, and I'm like,
I mean, well,
I'm
this
done
is
here,
that
guys.
part where we pause. We call it the player agency pause, the PAP. Yeah, well, we PAP here, and then we ask the other players, guys, is there anything else you think Riz would think to ask?
Bastiel must have tons of questions.
Bastiel's probably just sat eating his notebook of things to have asked.
I love the idea that when Alex just or Riz was like, "What'd you say?" just hangs up. Like, I'm serious. Fuck.
Wakes up. What was that about? Eats apple.
Let's see. So Riz is like, he's quite monastic. He's been searching for this for a long time. Some answers on the mark. So, like in his heart, what would be the next move now that he's done this, in terms of his goal and his whole life sentence? Because it could be something to do with that next thing to chase.
Well, this is like my backstory. This is something I don't really want to happen to me. It's just like, like why was it me? And he's saying it was sort of an accident, and I'm swept up in it now, and I'm marked by it, and I can contact it, which shouldn't, and it's very powerful. Whatever it is, it's linked to like Celeste level.
The thing it did say though, right, and I will specify this, it said it marked you. Right? The shadow guy said it marked you. But it didn't at any point definitively say you were caught up in its wake.
Okay.
Just in case that was unclear.
Alright, okay.
I'm not saying he ruled it out. I'm just saying he wasn't super specific, unlike when he just out and out said, I marked you.
Yeah, it's like he didn't know why I was there in the first place, sort of thing. Like it's only from then on. It doesn't know before. It read my mind, so it's got the upper hand.
I mean, you offered it your mind. That's
Yeah, like I learned a lot, so I'm happy to.
Yeah, fair is fair, right? Exchanging, whatnot.
Yeah, fair is fair. Got rid of that pesky mark as well.
One thing I'd just say to bring up, remember your personal goal. I think here would be a good way to try and find out.
He didn't know how he was attached to me, but now he's in my spear, which I definitely know. So.
Oh well, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of okay. I took connected
Yeah.
as something different, like basically be like, who is Mark and why is it only me? He seems to be showing
I
attention
mean, even
to.
if you had to like vaguely explain that, you did say specters cling to the living, right? So, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
even if you had to, like, as far as I'm concerned, that conversation has covered that goal. I'm not gonna lie.
Has
Yeah.
it? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to just explain it. That
Yeah.
goal's done.
Yeah.
Let's not waste any more time worrying about that specific
No,
wording. Yeah.
Cool, man.
No,
I'm
no,
ready
no. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm ready to crack on then. Like, let's look at the others RPing. Like, if
Oh,
this
it's all good.
scene's
Big moment. Okay.
And Arya, anything you want to add?
Scrambling my brain. I've not really been thinking of something, so
That's okay. It was just I wanted to give everybody that the PAP moment, you know, the
Yeah.
player agency, whatever that last word I used was. So yeah. Yeah. How do you close the scene then, Riz?
Do you want to do this?
well, I thank you for dealing with my spectre problem, and then I will deliver your message to JeSTORYa after I consult my party.
Yeah.
And
A bomb.
and until we meet again,
Yes. Until then, Riz. Until then. And then again, it's that kind of weird, like, standing up too quickly vibe and blood rushing to your
Okay.
head and
dizziness. Yeah.
yeah, and you kind of like shake too. And I think you've just got a bunch of people around the table looking at you because you've kind of stood up, startled,
Real
and
quick,
backed away from the
yeah.
table, and everyone's like, and I think it's probably Arse that looks at you and goes, "Are you okay?" And then hands you an apple, just like puts it in your hand.
Oh,
And then we, I guess, take a break there.
Yeah.
Because
Nice.
it's been an hour. So we will be
Oh,
back
what? I
in
need
a
a break.
moment.
I'm
So,
ready.
well, we'll
I
take
could
a break
do
and then
cup of
people
tea.
can unpack that intense one-on-one RP. So we'll be right back in about 10 minutes. Yay, we're back. So, welcome back to the Keepers of the Golden Gate, session 74, part 2, aka the full party this time, and not just the Riz session. And it is the 18th of December, 2020. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I play Bastiel, the Wolf-Forged Cleric.
Hi, I'm Scott, and I'm playing a Crumbar who's a half-orc paladin.
And howdy there, I'm Alex Blakely. I'm playing an elven monk called Riz in a make-believe world, and welcome to Westworld.
Welcome to Westworld.
Welcome to Westworld.
Don't say that experience causes brain damage. You should have.
Amazing. Where'd you go from there, really? I guess that's it then. I hope you enjoyed the game. Goodbye. And yeah, so I think the last scene was like Riz having kind of startled and pulled back from the table, and everybody like, you know, just turning to stare at him, being like, what the fuck's up with this guy? And then Arse just leaning in and being like, you okay? Have an apple. Which is probably quite a big gesture coming from
Yeah.
Arse. Yeah.
Can I just take the apple and sit back down?
Mhm.
And I'll just say thank you with like a sort of dead stare as I'm like thinking,
Mm-hmm.
like sort of shell shocked.
Like, yeah, not even turning to say thank you, just saying thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't eat the apple; it's just in my hand still.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the cleric thing and check his vitals.
Just like
Okay,
climb over the table.
Are we aware that time is kind of
Nothing's passed. He
paused?
just stood up and walked back. That's all that happened, buddy. What are you talking about?
Okay? Cool.
And where is the box? It's just I'm holding it.
I mean, I assume so. If that's where you put it.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the technical term there, Bastiel, is he looks like he's seen some shit.
He's aged 20 years in a second.
And for an elf, that's like, I guess they have like a slight crease, maybe, when they blink.
While Bastiel's doing that, I'll just sort of snap to a little bit, and I'll just sort of get everyone of the party's attention.
JeSTORYa just puts a plate of scones in front of you. Just like smiles
And I'll just
warmly.
say, I'll look at her and smile and say, thank you. Do you mind if I have a word with my companions in private? And I'll kind of gesture to everyone like let's go for a sec.
Yeah, give the eyes of things to discuss.
Yeah.
The eyes. So do you just get up to leave, or do you want her to leave? What was your implication?
I'll like gesture to leave. Like, of course, it's her place.
And I think
We're
she'll
only
just
gonna
say
get a little bit of distance.
Her lovely, kind voice. She'll just say, "No, of course. Be my guests. Enjoy the gardens."
Thank you. And I'll get everyone's attention. Follow me if you want to learn stuff.
I'll just kind of look at JeSTORYa and just be like nod my head and then get up to kind of follow Riz, I guess.
Mm-hmm. She just smiles politely, you know, as she does. So yeah, I guess everybody follows you. I think Dondrabella makes sure she takes a bottle of wine with her, and I think Arse has like an apple in each hand. So
Of course.
Okay. So
Maybe a few in his pockets as well.
I mean, I'd never judge.
So like we're a little bit like we're out of earshot of just.
Yeah, you can be way down by like the main fountain or something if you want. Yeah.
Cool. Pleasant fountain. I'll just say, when I've got everyone's attention, I'll just say, did anyone see me disappear? Just then.
Dondrabella goes, would we see you if you disappeared?
Did I? What did I do? Where did I go then? Did anyone see what happened?
This one's had too much wine, she says as she glugs down. Like
That's
swig.
kind of what Arya is like saying in her look without actually saying the words. Like she's kind of like looking up and down, kind of trying to figure out if you might just like faint in some sort of alcoholic coma anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Bastiel's like, is Mark in the room with us right now?
I'll like the way I like sort of disregard that, like, oh,
Mm.
he's gone, you know, like it's not important. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like I'll do that, like to show that there's a more weightier issue, but also like the Mark situation is somewhat solved. Like that gesture, I want it to
yeah,
imply.
yeah.
I'll say,
Yeah.
what Riz will say. Well, I don't know what it looked like to you, but everyone froze, and I was transported into this black realm, and I met something there.
Janus.
It wasn't Janus. It was something else, something I've met before. Though it didn't look like it.
The Elven Queen?
It was a shadow of a type, of a kind.
Prince.
I have no clue. The
Oh,
one
mother.
that marked me, but I don't know if it was the prince or. Anyway,
I'm
he,
just
he
as
made
like
me. Oh yeah, go ahead.
sorry. No, I was just gonna say like as you have kind of been like telling us this, it's like oh yeah, like as soon as he kind of mentions it, oh yeah, I got taken away to like someplace dark and black. I'm gonna have just done that
Oh,
just to get the feel of any kind of
What?
nasties.
Mm. Heavenly music plays in your ears, I guess.
Oh,
Anyway, he was.
it
It was. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it's like you just see me a wee bit like taken back because it's definitely not what I was expecting.
I mean, when you stare at Crumbar, his brightly gold glowing eyes as he assesses the situation with his divine sense, and then just looks completely shocked.
Well, let's assume it's a Windows update or something.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum.
Anyway, this shadow tied with my past is tied with my past when I died in my past by whoever it was with, was connected to Celeste and then gave me this, and I'll just present a box that's always been there, but like it's now really like everyone sees it sort of thing, you know, like I'll just raise it up to their eye level.
Raising what up to their level, sorry?
The message for JeSTORYa,
Ah, the box, yes.
the box, yeah.
What's in the box? Sorry, someone had to.
And he wanted me to give this to JeSTORYa. I said, will it give her harm? It made it seem like it wouldn't, but still I don't think I have a choice as it marked me mortally, I feel. And I'll just like gesture to my neck to see if I've got a wound, like remembering.
Yeah, there's definitely there's absolutely nothing, no sign of it. The memory of the cut's
Anyway.
probably still quite fresh in your mind, to be fair,
Yeah.
but like, yeah.
I feel this creature has a control over me, my life.
Can I cast Augury using Celeste's magic?
Sure.
And I'll ask it.
As you spend a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that in the background then.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
it
but keep
carries on
going.
and
Just
play
describe
was.
it still, yeah.
Okay. I'll ask it. Will this gift, uniting this gift with JeSTORYa, bring her ruin? Wheel or work?
Alright, I need to roll something for that now. God damn it.
What is it that this spell does?
I need to roll
You can basically ask the
the...
universe. It's like tarot cards. You can kind of predict fate in a riddle.
Yeah, it's
oh
like
yes, yeah. This is the one that tells you if it's like
Wheel War.
Wheel War. Yeah.
Wheel War.
Yeah.
That one.
Wheel War Baggins.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking the very same thing.
Yeah, because
Wheel War.
I got so confused when like that you first used this because I thought like it was like wheel like WHEEL,
Oh, yeah.
and I was like, what? Why is it-
Wheel
yeah.
of Woe. Right, let me see. The spell doesn't take into account any personal possible circumstances that might change the outcome. Additional casting of the spell, loss in comparison to companion, blah 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 blah. Long rest. Is there a 25% chance of not casting? Where's the bit I need to know? Where is the bit I need to know? GM chooses from the possible outcomes. Wheel for good. Oh, I don't roll then, because you've not cast this in the last.
Did you hear me
right?
Alright.
Hello,
Sorry.
actual Riz.
Prince.
Hi, actual Riz.
Where is the part? Like, why am I just not reading this?
I know so much word, like not good.
I thought I rolled, and then if it was like 75% or higher, or like 75% was you got what you wanted. But no, is
No,
it just
if I spam it, then it has a fail chance.
Right. Okay, so you must have spammed it last time. I think that's what happened, because I remember you used it, and then you used it within your lament. Remember when you were
Yeah, because it was free spell slots. So
it was just fucking free casting up there, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's great. Let's go back. Right, because I don't need to roll. That's good. Yeah, wheel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright. You have
Burn through your 25 gold worth of stuff.
I'm just wondering, good for who?
Well, I asked if it would bring her ruin.
Mhm.
So Celeste gives it the okay. I assume that means because it's her magic. Yeah, Celeste clearance. Blessing. Welcome to the clergy.
Don't know if you heard any of that, Riz.
What?
The results of the meta
Yeah, it was a
knowledge.
will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's good.
Obviously, we don't know if Bastiel's sharing that information yet because he's muttering this in the background.
Oh, okay.
Takes a minute to cast, so you just have a minute of
Oh, yeah.
conversation before he can chime in and burns like tokens in his hand. Just throws them into the fire in his furnace. Just. Whoa. But yeah, so Crumbar's looking shocked and spooky and glowy. You've got the chantings of your fucking Warforged cleric boil. What about Arya? How's Arya taking the news of,
Well, he did just say that like he thinks that this thing has a hold on him, and then Sean said that he's going to do augury. So what I was going to say at that moment was to inquire in character. And what do you think this entity might want you to do? Is it likely to ask you to do something questionable?
All they said was present this box to JeSTORYa, a message that she'll understand.
But you don't know if it's trying to aid her or us, or the opposite, do you?
No, I don't. But
Don't know their intentions then.
feel free to look inside the box. I can make out anything. What it might mean.
Yeah, Arya's gonna be very confused about that. She's kind of looking at it and kind of doesn't want to touch it because if it was like a little treat to give to JeSTORYa, then I'll be like, okay, I'll look at it, whatever, But she's not really used to dealing with like things that may come in boxes that may be dangerous.
What's in the box? Right.
Did you get the inspiration you were given, by the way, as well, Riz?
Yeah, I think so. I've got it there in the on my character. So thank you, Blake. I've thanked him already. If he's watching still, double thank.
From beyond the game.
Well,
Yep.
Sorry.
Great input. Thanks for that.
Riz is just sort of silent, like waiting for everybody else to like. Shall we then give it to her? Like, does someone want to give it to her?
Has Bastille mentioned his outcome augury yet?
Funny you should mention that. Bastiel, do you mention your outcome?
Yeah, and I position it as having Celeste's blessing. He's greenlit this. So regardless of whether this is a bomb and it destroys JeSTORYa, we agree with the box. And we follow that path.
I mean, if I hear those words saying that, like, it's like basically Celeste, like, you've said that Celeste has said, yep, this is a good thing. I'd be like, I agree with our friend here, although we don't know who's given us this exactly. If
The
Bastille,
creature that gave it did
if
say its goals align with Celeste's. I don't know if we can trust that.
Nice omission, by the way.
I was just like, if Bastille says it is fine, I will trust his judgment. I say we deliver this gift.
He nods approvingly.
I thought you were going to be like, turn around and something. It's like, I don't need your permission, Daddy.
I'm
Just
struggling
headbutts.
Oh.
Okay, I kind of look at like Crumbar. I know that Crumbar and Arya know JeSTORYa like better than me, sure. So I kind of just like gesture the box to Crumbar or Arya. Arya already made it clear, I guess, that she didn't want to touch it. So
Yeah, but Arya also fears that Crumbar might break it or open it himself, and it's not
I was
meant to be.
I was literally good. She knows me so well because I was literally just going to open it.
Yep. And the thing is, right? Come to think of it, Arya's thinking, well, to be honest, if she's able to close hellholes, whatever's in that box surely can't be too dangerous
Bees!
for Princess JeSTORYa. So, before Crumbar manages to even reach towards it, Arya kind of like makes that, oh, give it here sort of side, and like almost
awesome.
like takes it from your hands
We're
very
relief.
gently, and kind of like, when you walk around with a tray that's got a lot of glasses on it and they're all like a bit too full, like kind of like that.
Mhm.
Just very careful with it because I don't know what's inside.
Fair. So Riz.
All it said was she should know. That's it.
I think the question is then, am I taking the box or is Arya?
Arya took the
or-
box.
Oh, is she actually taking it? Right, okay.
She stopped shooting straight away.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, right, okay.
Like, obviously, if you try to take it from me being taller and more, stronger and everything, you probably will succeed.
Mhm.
There's not much I can do to keep you at bay, except maybe get through it to try to poke at you. But other than that, yes, I do have it.
All right, okay, cool. I'm
I'll,
good.
like,
I'm
slowly but surely kind of like start making my way towards JeSTORYa and like gesture with my head, kind of like, come on.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
keep you
follow.
Oh yeah, I'll come back with you then.
It's funny he did that because, like, as soon as the box was going to crumble, I imagine that scene in Helm's Deep when the Uruk-hai was like blowing up the wall. It's like running for the wall.
The
Uruk-hai berserkers.
So as you hand over the box and Arya starts walking away, your neck gets very sore, Riz.
Oh shit.
Okay. Is she walking away with the box?
That's
like
what she said, yeah.
too far?
I mean, I
Okay,
don't know
so
what too
I'll-
far means, but like, yeah, she's
I'll
walking
try
away.
to reduce the distance to like catch up with the box to see if I feel better.
Yeah, and then you fall to your
My
knees,
head-
clutching at your throat.
Okay, I'll just shout to Arya, like stop.
The death rattle that comes out of your mouth, yeah.
Yeah, stop. Give me the box. I'll just say that. I'll make it very clear I'm in pain, clutching my neck and
Yeah, I'm gonna like. I'm guessing obviously it wouldn't have been that far, so I'll definitely hear it. And Arya's gonna turn around and like, that bit that birds do when they like bend their head to one side, trying to ascertain what's going on, stuff like that. Like, what's going on?
can I reach for the
if
box?
you've drank too much, then it's not my time to like,
I'll just be like,
basically I'm trying to apply. If you need to puke, try to find a bush somewhere where people can't see.
I'll just chokingly try to say box. Give me the box.
Okay, I'll head towards him. Like, be like, you better not try to puke in the box.
So can I grab the box back?
Yeah.
And feel better?
Oh yeah. I'm obviously.
No, I wonder if I feel better like through having the box back.
Yeah, I mean, like the immediate pain seems to subside, but it was still like, I mean, lingering wise, it's still sore as fuck, right? Like, I mean, it does feel like somebody's drew a knife through your throat.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
As I slowly get to my legs, you know, under me, I'll just say, "Well, that was painful," and
Huh?
then felt like my throat was tearing apart. And I'll just like gesture to it, like see if like looking at everyone's eyes to see if they can see any like what it felt like, you know, on my face to any like visual damage.
Just the
like,
strain
see.
of somebody looking like they just like struggled for air, right? Like that's very visual for everybody else, right? Like the strained eyes, you know, bloodshot eyes, etc. The usual.
I'm just worrying now that what if she opens up the box and like Riz just turns into like a Pez dispenser?
Yeah.
But I upgrade.
A bobblehead.
I'm actually a more effective character.
Pez anyone?
I'll step be mean and say something on the lines of, "Oh, did you get something stuck? Something gone around the wrong pipes?" Yeah, ours doesn't quite understand it. Eating apples can be dangerous.
Is Aria jesting right now? Jesus, man.
but I eventually kind of realized, I was like, books?
I was wondering, could we do a medicine check on the box to see if
No,
that shows signs of physical pain?
it does not.
I think I should like
There is no.
grab one of Riz's arms and like hold the box under my other arm and kind of like, come on.
Yeah,
It's like,
I'll just,
see if the box has a heartbeat or something.
Do you know what, Crombar, roll medicine for me. Do you know what? You can do that, right? I don't know why I'm laughing at the idea. Just go for it.
Oh,
The box.
I was so
the box
hoping I got in
looks.
that 20.
The box looks as healthy as you expect it to look.
This is a fine looking box.
I'll just try it. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Sorry. I wanted to quickly like look Riz over in that medical way where you kind of tilt their jaw and look side to side and cast detect magic.
Okay, detect magic on what? Just in
I want to
general.
look at Riz and the section of his throat that he said felt being sliced.
Yeah.
And I learned at School of Magic if there is anything.
Yeah. So all of Riz glows because he's a magical being.
Oh,
Much like
Damn, my
all of
magical
you there,
boots.
right? You're all full of magic, so yeah.
I'll just describe what he did to me, where it sliced a blade across my throat, but there was no blood or any pain.
Damn it. Sorry.
But when it gestured to the blade, like it felt like it was ripping, though there was no contact. I'll just describe that sort of scene to everyone. So it's obviously still, you know, present and connected to the box.
sounds like kind of pact, kind of deal.
So
Definitely
I
would
think
give
I
I
must-
think that definitely would give you vibes of like a deal, given what you went through with Indra Lament. Yes. It would definitely give you vibes of that.
I was going to see if I could use lesser restoration to remove if this is a condition, but I don't even have any spell slots for it.
You got a condition, son.
I'm fine. You hear me? I'm fine. So I'll just finally take the box back from Aya and clutch it.
Oh, you already have it back. You took it back. That's why you stopped joking.
Okay.
He's like in the fetal position.
And I'll just walk over to JeSTORYa, I guess. Like, hopefully this gets completed and disappears.
What disappears? That's been a problem in the past. Yeah, so what do? You take the box over to JeSTORYa alone, I take it?
Yeah, well, I'll wait for everybody if they want to come with me. So I'm not
Yes.
just...
Yeah. I mean, like, we're not just gonna. I don't think we'll just all
stay
stand
there
it.
near
Yeah.
the fountain.
You're like,
Okay,
I
weird.
want to know what happens with the box.
And so I'll go over to JeSTORYa, and I don't think I'll sit at the table. I'll sort of be next to her.
Mhm.
Like I won't sit at the table again. I'll align myself and kneel down if she's
No,
still
like as you're walking
seated.
back, I think she would stand to like greet people again, right?
Okay.
So she's a good host that way.
My lady JeSTORYa.
And she just smiles and she goes, "So formal, where formalities are unnecessary."
I fear my actions may contaminate the kind gestures you've shown me and my party. But I must present to you a message that has been burdened upon my shoulders.
I think she
From my
walks over to
throat.
you as you're talking, right? And she walks over to you and she puts like a hand on your shoulder and she just smiles at you. And she just says, "If this is a burden that you bear unwillingly, do not fear the consequences." She just smiles at you.
As I'll match her smile like with a relief, like she's like very you know, she should be in power, wrote JeSTORYa. That's what I'm getting from here.
2021 JeSTORYa, please.
Yeah. And then I'll sort of present her the 4x14 2-high-inch box
Yeah.
for her to collect.
Where's everybody else in this scene?
Just standing to the side of Riz.
Yeah, cool. So
Yeah.
the ensemble, yeah.
And Riz ready to cast a spell on him if he starts wigging out.
Oh wow.
You never said what spell it
He
was.
didn't
Just fireball. Just there you go.
Maybe a wall of fire.
I actually don't think any of the party can cast fireball now, sadly. As a gift gone.
Man,
I know. You think yourselves a wizard.
we need ourselves a like rod of fireball or something.
Or a rod of Pa, for example. Yeah.
Oh my god, see if that can cast fireball. Oh, don't let me have it.
Like
I
I've
will
not given you wish
burn the
things. I
world.
gave you a wish spell. I think that was worse.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you hand over the box. And she says, "A gift for me? From who, if you can say?"
It's said that you will know, though I can't describe any of its features other than it being a shadow.
And she smiles at you and she says, "A mystery gift then. How exciting. And it's not even my birthday." And she says, "Please sit and feel free to continue your meal if you are still hungry." And she, kneels and sits the box on the table. And then she opens the box. She just seems to smile.
And it's glitter. Sorry.
14 raccoons attack her, it's horrible. No more
Laura
JeSTORYa.
face.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah,
Just don't make me attack raccoons, Ryan. Anything else? They're freaking adorable.
No, it's you and the raccoons versus the rest of them, obviously. Now is your chance to usurp JeSTORYa. No, I'm kidding. So anyway, she just seems to be smiling at whatever's in the box. What's everybody else doing?
Well,
Staring at her.
Yeah, I'm not really sitting down because I'm like worried that I'm gonna choke or die again. So just sort of on edge a little bit.
Yeah.
Does anything come up on detect magic when she opens the box?
No, nothing other than the fact that the entire table's glowing, right?
The fact that
Well,
she's
like the
smiling.
fact, everything was pretty much summoned. So yeah. So I assume evocation is what it would be, because conjuration implies making temporary summons.
Yeah, living.
And evocation is bringing things into being.
Yeah, it happens to be edible.
Yeah, so it's evocation, not conjuration. And if I got the understanding of that wrong, well, whatever is the right answer is what I said. because it makes sense that you would eat food that would stay food.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah,
you can
because
eat it.
then, yeah,
Because if you summoned it and then the spell gets dismissed and your stomachs just get emptied, or if it's
Yeah.
like a week later and it's
Yeah.
become part of you and then it just vanishes, do you just break apart anyway? So
Well,
enough of
um,
stupid magic logic. Yeah,
I-
I mean, you'd need to walk around behind her to look in the box, right? So, whereas she sat at the table and motioned for everybody else to take a seat. Obviously, immediately, Dondrabella did, because
I think of that, like seeing her smile, I'd be like, well, I assume it is a good gift then.
and she looks up and she goes, "Yes, quite a good gift indeed."
May I ask what?
She looks up and she looks at you, Riz, for like a long moment, and she says, "Thank you for delivering this. That was kind of you, and to do so on such faith."
I'll just give a shaky nod.
Like, okay, pulls it
Like,
collar.
of course, yes, it was all planned.
And yeah, like she lifts it out of the box, right? And it just seems to be a bracelet made up of different random lucky charms.
Oh, JeSTORYa brace. Oh, is it all our charms back?
And yeah, you recognize it. So does Arya. She just kind of smiles and
Is
puts
it
it on
like
her
the
wrist.
one I had?
It is almost identical, you could say, to the one you had. Yeah.
Oh,
And then she puts it on her wrist.
so all our charms that ran away she got back.
So it seems. No wonder she smiled, right?
Well, good for her.
Damn, I nearly died over jewelry. God damn it.
Aye, people have died in D&D for less.
Hey, my group and I almost died for papers. Papers. Papers.
Yeah, but that paper could be a
Goodness
scroll
gracious.
of wish.
Very important papers. No, it's like
That paper comes from a
documents.
tree.
It's like
Yeah.
red tape bullshit.
But yeah, so what does everyone else do in the scene?
I say, if
Uh,
I recognize it, I'll ask. I'll kind of break the ice. I'll say, "What's the meaning of all of this?"
Do Crumbar or Arya fill in with that, or do you just wait for JeSTORYa to?
I'll ask JeSTORYa. I'll just like talk over him basically and say, is I don't know. How do I put this?
What are you trying to say?
Is that how you receive? Basically, is that how you got the first one as well, the one you gave me? Because I'm trying to figure out if there's already a link between them. But I'll say something like, so did they also give you the bracelet that you gave me?
And she looks up at you and she
It
goes,
looks the same.
she looks and goes, "This is the. No, the chain may be different that holds them. The charms are the same as the one I gave to you. They have a habit of not staying in the places they fall.
Oh.
It is nice to have it returned. It was a gift to me long ago, from my mother."
I can't remember.
Arya's face is just in one of those like smiles that's like, oh my god.
Like I can't remember. Is the Mother Queen person not around anymore?
Now, no one knows of whoever is JeSTORYa's mom. No one has. She's never been mentioned ever, other than to say she's never been mentioned, right? Which is why a lot of people
Right.
think that Magna just made JeSTORYa.
I'm wondering if I'll be like. I'm thinking like maybe we should ask her, and just be like, oh well, any gift from a parent is, like going to hold a lot of value. Could you tell why not tell us about your mother? We've never actually heard anything about her, right?
Yeah.
And maybe we could press that a wee bit.
Yeah, like indirectly.
What
Ask for more stuff.
What would you like to say then, in character?
Like, no, I'm just making sure that everyone thinks that's a good idea, and I
Yeah.
don't piss her. Yeah, I'll just be like, I'll be like, I'll just say that it's like any gift from family is something to treasure, and I'll just like like if like you're to be in Crumbar, mine just thinks about like pan flute and stuff, and I'll be like, I don't think I've ever heard anything about your mother. Please, care to tell us about her?
And she kind of smiles and seems to be like adjusting the kind of bracelet on her wrist, just as it sits the way obviously she likes it sitting. And then she looks up and she says, "I don't actually speak of my mother. It is quite a private affair, and it is not a story I am with strength to share at this point, unfortunately. As much as I would like to share my stories with you as to listen to your own stories of family, Grumbar, in a book."
I'll just say to her, it's like, then
There's
please,
definitely a lot of sorrow in that statement as well, right? It's not even like subtle.
I'll just say back to her to that. I'll be like, yes, sadly, families can come with the price of heartbreak and pain as well. I apologize for my
She waves,
intrusion.
like, she puts like her hand up and kind of waves you off. She goes, "No apology necessary. Your heart is always in the right place." She just smiles at you.
I feel like that should break into a musical number now.
And she kind of looks at everybody still kind of standing awkwardly, and she kind of like motions to everyone. Please sit. These are making me nervous almost. She kind of just laughs that off because she's clearly not nervous.
Yeah, but out of respect, like Arya almost like falls to the ground. How quickly she like sits down and like kind of like makes that sort of like quick arm gestures to like get others to like listen to what JeSTORYa said, sort of thing. Like she knows that JeSTORYa is not truly uncomfortable, but if
it's
it
her
will
polite
make
way of
her
saying please
happier
sit.
for us
Yeah.
to sit, then I'll be like, come on.
Come
Or the
on.
cat sort of
Come
thing.
on. What Bastille and Riz?
I'll just smile at that, and then I'll walk away from JeSTORYa and the box just to see if I'm feeling that pain in my neck or is the job done.
Yeah, there's no pain.
Okay, and you'll see me just walk wide, and then come back and sit down.
Like a bad pathing in a video game.
Yeah, exactly. Age of Empires. Like, what? I said get wood.
Oh dear. Apparently they've updated that in Baldur's Gate 3, so they say. I doubt it. But anyway. Bad pathing, you say? A game feature, we say.
Bad pathing makes me happy.
Bad pathing is just a good name for a talk show, actually, about games. But anyway. So Riz, you eventually take a wide berth and then sit back next to your spear, I guess.
Yeah.
I think maybe like when you move your spear out the way to sit down again, there's just that look of, there is something different about this now.
Yeah, feeling, yeah.
Even if it just, if it isn't heavier, it definitely just feels that bit off.
Yeah.
What feels heavy? The spear.
Yeah, it just feels different. Like he knows it has definitely been altered. If something had an aura, it's different now.
While he's doing that, I want to ask. Let's say, what would your arsenal make of that? And a nod towards the spear.
You said to Arse, yeah.
Yeah.
She looks up from like reaching over to get another apple, and just like looks at you and smiles, and then her hand still finishes getting the apple, and then she goes, I'd need to see it. And puts the apple in her mouth and puts her hand out.
We'll get to that. And a wink.
Oh, she's looking at Riz now.
Well, I assume she won't just take it if I give it to her. Like, that's her stuff.
Well, she's kind of half leaning over the table.
She's
got an apple in her mouth and she's got her hand out because obviously
I'm
the
just such a
implication
nice guy, though. I'm like very empathetic.
You could say no if you don't want to, but obviously if Riz would, then what's the point not doing it?
Yeah, exactly. Riz wouldn't. Ars hasn't shown me any like bad nature traits. Just that it looks like it's after one thing, like the sword. So that I assume that's the current goal of ours. So I'll pass my spear.
And yeah, so spear in Arce's hand, and they look over it, and they can like test the weight of it and stuff, and then like they take the apple out of their mouth, and then like finish chewing, and they say, I mean, it's a fine weapon, but I doubt I'd have a place better suited than with you. She kind of just smiles politely at you, briefly, and then hands it back.
I'll just thank her. Or it, him, she,
They.
them.
Yeah.
And I'll take it back, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they have to answer to they, them, she, her, now that I've said it so many times varyingly.
Yeah.
So they answer to those pronouns. But yeah, they kind of just smile and they go, where did you get it from?
A dream. Pretty
Oh.
much.
Like him. She points over at Crumper.
I was like,
maybe.
I came from no dream.
She rolls her eyes, they scream, and then says, the blade. Huh.
And I'll be like, yes, I think that was a dream.
And I guess like him too, points at Bestial.
Wait a minute, are we all dreams?
Wait a minute, this is Final
Are we in
Fantasy.
Ruya's brain? We're the bird's brain.
Oh dear.
We are all the creation of a subconscious mind. Yay!
Yatta! But yeah, so Arse just kind of like looks between every day a bit like, isn't that a weird coincidence? And then sits back and finishes eating their apple.
Okay. Nothing to, like, it's not going to break the planet in half.
Okay. Do you want to tell people what the plan is for the PAP moment? You know, the player agency period?
Yes.
Yes. So we'll have a wee pap here, and you tell everybody what the plan is.
Well, we wanted to secure a private meeting with her, but it seems like right now is the time we could ask anything we would have asked her then. Right?
I mean, you definitely have sent Magna off somewhere that he clearly wanted to go to, right? Since he bailed on his daughter. So.
Yeah. So we could probably just skip arranging a meeting, I guess, and you guys can ask your super secret best friend questions to JeSTORYa.
I don't resent them because they had more of the game. You could have went back and watched it.
Yeah, I thought the environment we could trust, right? Like that's what Arya was saying. Like if she's not admitting to that she's being monitored, sort of thing.
It's up to you.
Like, I'm happy to use Nagara if you guys want. Like if she's up for it, if JeSTORYa's.
That would be a really good shout. Using Nagara for it.
Surprise, there's someone already there, but you guys don't know.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, but I don't know. Like my character doesn't know to do this now, so I guess.
Yeah, but somebody wanted to speak to JeSTORYa in private, right? I don't recall who exactly was the instigator of that, but whoever it is that wanted to speak to them in private should then say, JeSTORYa, may we have a word? And then that's when Riz could say we could use the spear for privacy if required, blah blah blah. That scene can happen.
Yeah. Okay, yes. I suppose that's one way to put it. Because, what I'm thinking right now is technically we are speaking in privacy, but, like, because of previous events, I know that we probably really aren't. So I'm trying to, like, figure out how to put these things in words. Because I can't quite say, is it safe to talk here? Because that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
But it is a case of like
S.A. Tafsy Talkie?
Could you not?
I never understood pigeon, honestly. That makes no sense to me. But then again, I knew like actual other languages that I could use as code. So
Could you not just write it down?
Hmm.
Like, I know that makes
it
sense.
just with my head a lot. It really does. I tried. I honestly tried.
I think he means, could you not just write down in the scene? We would
Yeah,
like to speak to you in
sorry, that's
private.
what I was meaning. Sorry. Yeah, like.
Luckily, I can
write it on
speak
it.
Scot. I just can't necessarily speak bad Pig Latin.
Okay.
Just invite her out for a walk or to
A change of
see
scenery.
Marvel. That Riz can do.
Yes. I guess I could just say something on the lines of I'm just curious, JeSTORYa, is this the are you intending for us to stay here throughout the entirety of our talk, or is it okay if we go for a little walk?
She
It does
smiles
sound
and
like
she like pats
this
like her
garden
lips.
is perfectly situated.
She like taps like a handkerchief off of her lips and she goes, "Excuse me, where are my manners? Of course, I am stuffed as it is." She pats her stomach and then she says, "If you would like to walk off some of the meal, then be my guests. The grounds are yours. If you are wishing to speak, you may speak. We are alone." She looks around and like, yeah, the camera does a zoom out and you just hear like the tinkling of the water, you know. When the
It
fountain.
just like zooms out further and you see all the gods moving us like chess pieces watching all the time.
No, it
Yeah, we
zooms
just
out and zooms out and
That
zooms
could
out. It's just me sat at my chair having a breakdown. The fountain had a dedication onto it, you know, to some random person called Wayne. FYI, if anybody was paying attention.
Oh my god. Bad Ryan.
No, a terrible pun, Ryan. It's normal Ryan. But yeah, so what do you say in reply to her? Anyone, I guess.
Say, are we ever truly alone? And I've
Then-
kind of done some myself.
If you say that, then I think just a roll smile and say, "Let us hope not." She just smiles at you warmly. I agree with Riz. Like fucking JeSTORYa 2021. Let's go.
Yeah.
She's just got an answer for everything. It's the right answer.
She's just like, she's got such mum energy, doesn't she? She's so good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a way that I can just asking about just being like, is it safe to talk without anyone else hearing us?
I guess you need to roll like insight if she said to the we are alone, right? If she knows or
We could just invite her to see the spectacle of this thing.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want any sort of particular scene, site, vista, and you describe it, I'll try.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So she said she's stuffed and she could do with a walk, did she?
Mostly she was being a polite host and saying, "I'll walk if you need to walk." Obviously, she was happy sitting there stuffing her face, but
Okay, in that case, I'll slap Riz on the shoulder and I'll say, "Perfect. Whip us up a fine venue."
Okay. I'll just stand up and bow to JeSTORYa and say, do I have all of your will to follow me?
Ways.
and JeSTORYa says, "Oh my, of course."
From Binary, I assume. Just they deny it. No. What? It's your idea. You've got the questions.
I'm so tempted to say that now. Just go, actually, me and Ari have something else we gotta do. Bye.
All right. So if I've got the wheel, everyone. I hold Nigero close to my chest and just say its name. And when it fades to black and light again, it's just me and I don't know, maybe Bastial was or like came through a little bit faster as well, and it's just us walking along a gentle like river path with like grass and trees and the sun shining. It's just like a gesture of like we're just walking along the path, like
Yeah, like essentially, let's go for a
like
stroll
an
in the park
invitation.
vibes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
So I
then
guess you take everybody into the sphere.
beans.
Mark off the number.
Yep. Mark.
Mhm.
Mark.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, you're always going to be adding a 1 to that number.
Yeah. Do you want me? Do you want me to post it through to chat?
Why not? Why not?
I haven't marked off yet, but it is marked off now.
Anything new and weird and modified about this version of the Sphere's realm?
I mean, other than it's not the same place you went to last time, yeah.
Like reality isn't tearing at the seams with red energy.
No,
Like dark world. Okay.
no, not unless he wishes it. Yeah, and obviously, as soon as you appear and you're by the kind of, I guess like riverside is probably the best way to describe it, right? Because it probably is like the path next to the banking of the river with like I don't know, a nice forest or something. How horribly Elven of you. Yeah, I guess you're greeted by somebody just kind of sat on like a turned over tree, I guess. Everybody recognizes this man.
Is it Mark?
It's Mark.
Santa.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll probably like, Mark,
Confusing.
what are you doing here?
Who's Mark?
And I was just kind of like point to him and I was like, you or Mark?
Ah.
Are you not?
He stands up and just pats you on the shoulder, like like heavy-handed for him, but like you barely feel it because again you're in plate mail.
Because I'm a machine.
You're not in plate mail, so you're made of metal. Yeah, and also just because he's an old man, and just pats him like the shoulder and kind of just like wipes a fake tear from his eye, and he just kind of chuckles to himself and then just walks off without saying anything towards the rest of the group.
Yeah, he's talking with us.
I'll just turn to Riz and kind of be like, care to explain him?
Yes, and he puts his hands on his like hips very like aggressively, as if he's telling you off or something, Riz. But he just says, yes.
I thought you were saying Riz did that. And
No.
Like, oh, okay.
No. Mark does this too, Riz. Like he demands an explanation as well.
I'll just sort of answer Mark before Crumbar, and I'll say, I thought you'd prefer it.
Then where?
This is your. Then within me.
It kind of like takes a step back.
Domain.
I think it takes like a step back in shock at like the reply of that. I was never in you.
Then where were you?
I wasn't here, that's for sure. He looks around. He looks Crumbar up and down again and like flinches briefly at him.
He flinches at me?
Yeah.
Like out of fear or?
Who knows?
But I'll just say that to him. I'll just be like, you have nothing to fear from me.
That's what everybody to fear says.
No, he's got me there. I'll be like, I don't even know what to say back to that.
JeSTORYa says, such a lovely construct you have here. Is it of your own making?
It is.
Beautiful. That's it. That's all she says.
Full stop. Is Mark? Can I see that Mark's? Is he okay? Like he's not too pissed off?
No, he's just told off Crumbar for something nobody knows.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just classic Mark. All right. I'll just gesture for him to join us there as we walk. Like you're with the group, Mark. There's no ill feelings here.
And he kind of just nods and he goes, I don't feel ill. considering.
Exactly.
Just looks confused a bit, but then he just starts walking off, right? Along the path.
Cool.
Story just turns to the group and goes, "A most interesting and curious individual."
I'll just casually say to the group, like, and JeSTORYa, as Mark's probably a little bit out of earshot, a little ahead of.
He's always a little out of earshot.
Yeah, I'll just be like, he's a spectre. Like, just like.
I think Story just does
not,
like
not to be scared of, but like,
as if that explains
yeah.
everything. Just looking at, like, after him as he walks away.
Yeah.
She kind of goes, "You wished to discuss something in private, I assume?" And she looks at everybody conspiratorially. Kind of like excitedly as well,
Oh, Andrew, you want to take this one? Because it was kind of, I think, more your point of view.
I have so many gifs of her. It's unbelievable.
God.
Somebody has an obsession.
It's the right person
Can
to be
you
obsessed
blame
with.
him? Like, hello.
I know she has an amazing woman.
But yes. So Ara's still like looking around and being a bit like unsure whether this is the best of places. But if she keeps insisting, then I think I just kind of have to believe her and say, well, previously there had been times when you'd wanted to talk to us privately, so that's why I was curious if that was the case. Of course, we're very happy to be here and to see you, and I'll just start basically going through the story that she's not
Before you
really
start telling her the story, right,
heard
she actually
yet.
turns and she says, "Is your friend not joining us?" And she looks around at the group.
Is she pointing to us, Mark?
No. She is motioning to the group, though. Who's missing? What was that, Shan? Remember you have to give us a speaker word and then your dialogue.
Is it us?
Correct. No
Oh!
worse.
Polite.
Bloody hell.
Okay. What, are they not in the realm at all?
Nope. Don Drabell is here, yep. And it's the same as last time, remember? Arse never came through when you slept in the ash place.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm confused. I didn't realize Ars wasn't here because at the end of, like, they were eating apples like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but you weren't in here 2 minutes ago.
Well, at least, I mean, we are pretty, like, that's as private as we could get then, because ours might be a spy. So this is good for us.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know who they are.
Yeah.
Fair.
I mean, we know who they told us they are, but that might be complete things as well.
Celestial Guardian to the Heavenly Host Arsenal. Yep.
Yes, exactly what you said.
So I'll say I trust your recovery has been going well. I'm sorry to hear it's been a long process. This actually, what, I'll tell her. Well, we've not managed to tell you the whole story. I do believe your father wanted specific details whenever we mentioned something, so we kind of just ended up asking his questions, answering his questions a lot. I hope that is okay with you.
She smiles and she says, "There is no need to be quite so delicate with your words, are you, Bluebird? You may speak freely."
There was a time when you used what seemed to be a very taxing spell in order to maintain privacy, so we weren't exactly sure if we could speak to him as freely as we speak to you.
And she looks around as if taking in the scenery again, and she says, "It seems like I am no longer required to perform such feats of magic when they are performed for me." She just smiles at Riz briefly.
That's good then. So basically, we do have what we need.
Gives you that look, is, the last gif.
Yeah.
So I take it there's still some need of secrecy.
I think if there are things that are best left unheard by others, then secrecy is always needed. She just smiles again.
Okay, and I'll nod my head and say, did anything that we revealed were we perhaps supposed not to? Is this going to cause any trouble?
And she says, "I think I have found in my years on this world that trouble will find who it wants to, regardless of our intentions. And we can try all we like to postpone it, and it finds us still." She just kind of smiles, and you can see she just absent-mindedly adjusts her bracelet on her wrist.
Okay, I'll nod to that and say yes. Trouble does have a way to find us. That's for sure. I thought I should mention also. We encountered a very interesting structure on our way here. Well, on our path, on our journey. And there was and I kind of point. Is Mark still around? Basically, I can never keep track of him. I'm sorry.
I think
We
this is
see
when
him?
you notice that Mark is standing right next to you, staring at you.
Okay.
She means my home.
Yeah, we found a floating keep. That was a very interesting place, wasn't it? And then I kind of almost elbow Mark.
A rush of air happens, and you look around, and you're standing in it again. The entire place is shifted to be the keep.
Oh no, I was afraid this might happen.
Oh fuck. Oh,
It's
God,
his
what's your
domain! Get out! We should not have come here. We should have made for the Gap of Roha.
We have to go under the mountain. So,
Well, we have it's 50-50 as far as I'm concerned.
God?
So, shall we have a group huddle and just get some points down of what we want to actually ask her here? Or do
I
people know?
wanted to tell her about that,
I mean, you don't have to control now. You're
because
there.
that's, a very weird thing. Yeah, that we've seen, and I don't know if it's in any way relevant to her. And the entire madness that followed with us promising stuff to Indra Lament that we still don't really know much about.
So we'll take her through that little arc, yeah, and then see what she has to say about it. Okay.
Alright, well, talk me through everything you tell her then.
It wouldn't really go amiss to also tell her about, that little episode we've had of visiting Vishal, almost dying to Vishal, running away from Vishal.
So in more
Mars,
detail than you told Magna then, because obviously she was there for that.
Yes, yes, but that's the thing. I feel that we at least tried to skip over some of the details in that with him, whereas to her, I would say exactly like the entire story as we perceived it to be, and also like,
Well, for me then,
you know,
so that we know what we're
mention
covering,
that.
do you just want to put in roll 20 then? Just the
Yeah, that
topics
might
of
be
everything you're going into detail with. And you can even say like full detail or like vague detail next to the topic, so that I know how much you're telling her about each thing. And list what you're doing, so we don't need to RP like the 7 hours that would probably take us normally.
Yeah.
What do you make of this one?
Cool. Oh wait, what was it? If you just want to have the temporary one in Discord, I don't hate that
Yeah,
idea
might
because
be
it can be
best 'cause
edited.
that's exactly. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
editable, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'll type stuff in just a second.
Also, before check on my ass, I know I don't say the word right. I know. I made a choice years ago. It's like saying webbed. In webbed is a much funner word to say. Oh no, I've become enwebbed is much more dramatic than
What's that
I'm
mean? You
enwebbed.
get enwebbed as well. Damn, that's what you mean enwebbed. Yes, enwebbed. Damn, I'm in. Just keeps going on.
Oh dear.
CC.
Oh no, well, yeah, Crumbar's been
Hello?
muted. Hello, hello again, bud. Welcome back.
Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, did you hear everything though? Were you still?
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. For some reason, my microphone was just not working.
It's okay. Let's not waste your good audio. So let's see what we've got. Oh my god!
What's that?
Wow. Did
I
he
don't know
just
what
fall
was
into Niagara Falls? Is
sounded like
Goodbye, guys.
He's in a barrel, like with his laptop.
oh,
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Oh dear.
Reference.
Oh, it's just I have this really dumb image from The Hobbit now of when they're in the barrels.
How's that, guys?
Yeah, it's so much better.
That's better, yeah.
So much.
Like, okay, so I just went and checked my microphone settings there, and like, you know how like you can up the microphone gain? That was just up full.
Oh god.
So
Never again.
fuck knows how. I think it's just because I was like just fucking around with settings trying to get it to work again. I must have just
It was
decided.
thought. The raw electrical connections in your brain.
Okay, so do we have this temporary list yet? Let's go.
It's like,
Almost.
I'm connecting back in. I wrote some things. Let's see. Oh, I didn't send them. So it was Indra Lament, the keep, the pact we made with her, Vishal, and the need for the Rod of Par, what we're going to do with it, and all the other artifacts. Right?
Okay, so Arya's typed in Discord for us. I keep story, including Mark, Crystal thing that was destroyed, Indra Lament. It's because she knows Indra Lament. Tell her the full info about Vishal. Tell her about how we had the chess game with the God of Travel. Tell her the full info about GW Vision, and tell her about the UN stuff. And adding to this or removing from it?
Yeah, let me just see. So,
It's not a bad list though.
yeah, the UN stuff will cover the dwarfy guy and everything like that. So
Oh shit! Yes.
yeah, like
Almost
the dwarf
forgot
king and stuff.
Almost forgot one.
Eremos.
That's
Uh,
bullshit, isn't it?
What? Sorry.
No, it's kind of bigger, sadly. For them, yeah.
How about
Being older and murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that, Riz? What was the thoughts?
How
because
about
the
the
last time we saw him, he was a kid, and he was,
Yeah.
definitely not murdery, and her father took him
Riz?
and talked to him about a thing.
I could throw in stuff of about the well-dressed man with like the black liquid spear
Yeah.
and that temple we place and
Mhm.
the thing that gave like does she know who would have her bracelet to give it? Like would she know where the gift came from? Like
I mean, so, I don't know if you noticed this, but Ryan was very Ryan about that whole thing, right? And she did answer where the bracelet came from.
it was from her mum, a
Yeah.
gift from her mum.
Yep.
But did she lose it or something? And then
So
return to her?
The other two can answer that
what?
for you.
Yeah. So basically, she gave it to Arya as a kind of way of summoning JeSTORYa if we ever needed her.
Okay.
And then the way to do that was to like break the bracelet. And then when Arya broke the bracelet, all the charms just kind of ran away.
Okay. But she didn't seem shocked how it just returned to her. Like,
Oh, yes, Arya. That's a good one to remember.
Dom's contribution, bless his heart. Vishal told us the third is no match for the second. What does this mean? Maybe dragons? It's a good addition as well, yeah, well remembered. You're the best note taker in existence.
I'm trying to think.
I needed more reasons to miss Dom.
I'm
Put an F in the chat for Dom.
Trying to think of anything else. Really, the dragons. Should we mention about the white as well? Or no, was it the white or the blue?
That's the
In
UN
fact,
stuff,
yeah, well-
really, right? Like,
Yeah, I guess the dragons are tied into that. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I want to ask her about the Dragon Empire after, I guess.
okay. I see Riz is typing. What's getting added, Riz? Do you want to talk us through your thoughts?
I just got to just say pretty much about anything about my backstory.
Yeah, put in,
The layout.
add to the list, yep, and then we'll work our way through it.
Wait, yeah,
Oh.
backstory. I'll tell her about.
Tell her about what, Shane? You're coming in and out. So.
I want to do backstory stuff as well with her.
Sure. Everybody wants time with JeSTORYa, and you say I'm obsessed. I would like to meet Shori Agdashlu. She seems like a fucking badass woman. Shori Agdashlu, if you ever want to come RP with us, you're more than welcome. I already have a character made out for you.
Just fire a wee message on Twitter or something.
I mean, Vin Diesel never got back to me, and I remember Instagram messaging Jeff Goldblum for to come play Terraria with me, and he didn't reply, so...
Just keep trying, bro. Eventually,
I mean, one day, right?
Right, with Henry Cavill. Sure, he'd be up for it.
I mean, probably, yeah. He does seem to enjoy gaming. Okay, so does she know anything of the Temple of the Valorous Man with the black-legged spear and the Prince of Shadows gained access to exploding through the 8th arch?
I just thought I'd be bold and say Prince of Shadows just to try.
I mean, again, if that's
if
that's what you want to go with, like,
yeah.
I mean, everybody makes assumptions at some point, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to make an assumption to start exploring something. So,
Prince of Shadows is like a golden word to like get out there any information. Dude.
I got Bastiel's got a How I Came to Be, Ulrich, Corliss, Explored Fire. I kept wanting to say exploded there. Explored Fire Elementals, the books from the Forge, Banishment Killed Me, etc. Yeah. What's funny is it seems like only one of you haven't died. That's odd. Sorry, Arya, it seems like you're next.
Jinx me!
It's actually, Yuzaville just have your memories wiped constantly, and Arya's the evil necromancer of the campaign, and, you know, just wandering having shits and giggles.
You weren't supposed to say that!
They'd never have believed us!
Okay then, I guess.
Right, so, post in the stuff that's getting said into Roll20 so we can confirm it, so just copy paste this nonsense in, and we'll have this as the final list.
Yeah, mention about Rhoda Pass stuff. In fact, no, wait, we can talk to her about that later. I think this is more just a catch her up with everything that's been going on.
Yeah.
My goal says explore connections to the Dragon Empire. So as we go through, I want to try and fish out if there's a link to that particular thing back to that old empire.
Say that again, sorry. Say that last part again. That what has a link?
Can I explore if, for example, Angel Lament connects back to the Dragon Empire, and then Vishal, and then
Yeah,
Janus,
no, definitely, yeah. You
and
can definitely see how
Pseudopods.
much of that has like an impact on that, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's just a bit I missed. It's like, I got that you wanted to connect something to the Dragon Empire, I just missed what that was.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, am I getting anything else in the chat? Because I see Riz contributed.
I'll just copy it in, guys. Like,
Yeah, Riz, just you
If
do
you
it, buddy.
need it.
Just you do it, buddy. Nobody else is doing
I'm
it.
just gonna work from top down. Aria
What
first,
chat are we meant to be doing this
Well,
on now?
Discord was our working through what we wanted to say and edit, and then the final list was going in the Roll20. So
Ah,
we'll
right,
go back.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Remind people can't see your Discord, and it will always remain that way, unless you want to join
Yeah,
our
no,
highest tier
for-
Patreon and enjoy the filth. Asterisks, lower asterisks, there is no filth. Yet.
He saw her being murdered. Yep, Take Golden Order.
It comes up a few moments later.
Just type in everything. Ryan can, suss it out from there.
It doesn't seem like there's anything you're specifically omitting, which is maybe a better way of putting this.
Yeah, I don't think. I think we're literally just going to be like, expedition.
Yeah, like, have it all. Yeah, I think that's us. Yeah.
Oh, should Bastiel? Last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know it's Bastiel.
Yeah.
Oh, we all came to the.
Such a good scene.
Mm.
Okay. I like the idea that Bastiel's standing with a notebook. And does this go to the Dragon Empire? What about this subject? And it's like, so it would have been a 10-minute conversation, but it's 17 hours because of Bastiel's additional commentary. With his half-rimmed glasses on his face for no reason.
Yeah.
But he's forged to fabricate because he saw a wizard once.
Yeah. LA Noir hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The duster coat.
Yeah.
I can see him with a cigar though. Is that weird?
I
Don't-
need that. Yeah.
Don't smoke, kids. Don't smoke. So, right. First thing that comes up in conversation then, right? Because that's a lot. And I guess user sat inside the keep, at one of those long benches to have this
Like the
chat,
monkey.
Yeah.
and Mark's got the kettle on. He's fished water out of the well. He's put the kettle on. He's not offered anyone anything. He's just pottering about. And
It was empty.
I really want Mark and Jet to meet each other. That would.
you want what? Sorry.
I want Mark and Jet to meet each other. It would just be glorious. Just that for an entire session.
I mean, you can go back to the Golden Order Citadel and then go and pick up Jet and put him in the spear, right? That can happen if you want. That can become a goal if you want. But yeah,
yes.
so what would you like her to answer first? Is the better way of putting this.
Well,
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
Well, my dad's the Wizard King of the world, so he does that.
It's like it could just about work in order. The list. Michelle.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I go down the list, does she know anything of the temple, the well-dressed man with the black liquid spear, and the Prince of Shadows gained access to exploring, blah blah blah. Right. So Riz leads with his backstory. Then is what we're saying, right?
Yeah. What's the fourth arc?
The fourth arc? You mean the eighth arc?
Eighth arc even?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you need to ask.
Eighth
You'll need to ask Riz about that.
Right.
I know, right, Alex? That was weird. Like that time he couldn't see handle. It's strange. But yeah, so JeSTORYa, listens to you tell this tale, and she puts like a hand on your shoulder and does that thing where she like massages it with her thumb once, and then kind of just does a you'll get through this look, and she says, "This is interesting and disturbing, unfortunately. The figure you describe, I fear, is one yous have all met. So I guess you just dump this. I think it's maybe easier because if you say everything, I guess you can then just reply en masse, right? So I don't think she's going to answer it as she goes. I think you're just going to go, well, here's everything we need to tell you, and then everybody shares, and then she just sits down and goes, right, okay, here are my notes and my questions, and my replies. Just so as I can use all of the info to relate everything if need be.
Yeah.
Just for my own sense of sanity, right? So the well-dressed man with a black liquid spear, that was the guy who was in the chamber with Alex. Or
yes,
with Riz.
With Riz and the other almost formless other being that was there too.
Who they're the people who put the mark on his hand.
He woke up after meeting them and fighting with the well-dressed man. He woke up with the mark on his hand. Yes, having felt like he died.
I died. I died to the well-dressed man's spear.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And pretty much woke up, with a mark on his hand, and then went off and got himself a spear.
Like, well, you're coming with me, buddy.
It's like, if it's good enough to kill me, it's good enough to kill anybody else.
Yeah.
But yes, so it is, yeah. And then the shadowy guy that had the conversation with Riz said, "Aye, that was me and my buddy." So, to summarize very flippantly,
you prick.
So she goes, "This well-dressed man you speak of, I think the others will recognize him." She forms a picture of him. It's like adult Eremos.
Oh man. Damn, man, I'm annoyed.
Wait, but so how long ago did this happen to Riz?
I don't know. Time is fuzzy, man. When you die a couple of times, you grow
what
up
I'm wondering
in a weird fake paradise.
Did this happen before? Did this happen during a time that me and Arya and all the other guys had Kid Eremos? Because what if there's somehow some time distortion to Eremoses?
I would just assume it's later. He's adult now.
I
joined the group real late, right?
What? Yeah, but so was this after? What I'm trying to say is, was this after the Wizard King took Eremos back?
Well,
is that something? What? Sorry.
I don't know anything, man. He was an adult man that killed me. He was very well dressed.
Well, I think it's only really Ryan that could answer that for time-wise.
Adult, not teenager.
I mean, Riz knows how long ago this happened.
Oh, does he?
To him. Yeah.
Oh, well,
it was the latest thing on my timeline, right? Pretty much. Then I would have been Celeste. Then
yeah, but even if we fell under 1 year ago, it already predates everything in this game.
Yeah.
Right? Because the timeline of this game has not been 1 year in the world.
Okay.
So how long ago was it?
I don't know. I'm confused.
What I'm saying is everything that happened to Riz happened years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so it did. Okay, so adult Eremos was before. Okay, so
right, Riz seems to have met adult Eremos before yous have ever seen an adult Eremos, but where he met him might not have happened yet.
Oh shit.
Ryan,
yeah, that's why Arya said that's why I was saying definitely adult, teenager. So what we've seen it was teenager, right? So that's why Arya would want to ask.
Yeah, like the version you're looking at is the version you've seen in the dwarf guys. You know, like the young adult, like maybe even 20-year-old looking Eremos. Yeah, like that is the version you'd have seen. That's the version you're looking at now. That's the version that Riz saw.
So
Okay. I thought you meant even older, so that's why I was wanting to double check. Okay. There's like 3 Eremoses,
That's-
basically. You know what I mean?
this is like wibbly wobbly, tiny wimey stuff, isn't it?
I mean, is it? It might be.
And it hurts my brain. Oh, this is fun.
So,
yeah, sorry, just to
no, Karen.
get rid of my confusion. So when they met the later stage of Eremos, which when he was in adult form or late teens, 20, whatever,
Mhm.
and then my meeting of him, did that predate their meeting of him in adult form or
By years.
after? Yeah, right.
Yep. Because remember, you spent all that time like in the monastery.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then so it's looking like he goes to child form and adult form, like he can interchange, or I don't know. That'd be a theory.
I'm wondering if there's 2 of them.
He could have just been a demon all along when you found him as a kid. It was just you being pranked.
It's just like the idea of the cleric just sitting
that's
back
the
on
thing is-
smoking his pipe. It's demons. Put his
Well,
pipe
that's
back in
the
mouth.
Classic
Yeah.
demon.
Them's demon
Yeah.
talk.
Even when Eremos,
Whittling away like a stake or something, or like a fucking
Like
crucifix.
something Carl Paladin would have tried to figure out.
Love it.
I mean, even when Eremos was a kid, like he didn't actually really give us an age. It was just like, "Yep, I'm 10. Sure, I'm 10."
I think you asked him how long have you been 10 for, and he goes like,
Yeah.
the normal amount of time. Like, yeah.
Okay, let's crack on.
Yep.
We've
So
got so much stuff.
that first fucking lore bomb
Yeah.
apparently was just like,
It's
wait,
already
what?
broken.
Oh.
Damn.
The next thing then, right? The keep story, I guess.
Hmm?
She looks around and goes, yes, it seems to be quite the marvel of arcane construction. Were you able to place the stonework?
Reminiscent of the Hobgoblin Empire. Yes.
Nope,
She's been here before.
it wasn't.
Well, wasn't
It was absolutely unrecognizable, the stonework.
Oh. Yeah.
Didn't you like near crit
We just
that
thought
roll as
dead
well?
goblins and hobgoblins.
Yeah, it was that Hobgoblins are also coincidentally alien as fuck. Like super rare or something.
I mean, I don't remember saying that. I just remember saying specifically about the stonework. So it's.
she?
Yeah.
I'm right in saying that she's stayed here, but like she's stayed here before, though, hasn't she?
I mean, based on what?
Didn't. No,
Think
it
about
was
the words you're
wizard-
about to say. Think about the words you're going to say. Didn't who say that?
Didn't the orb thing? No, or didn't Mark say that?
He got an invitation and a letter from her to go to dinner. And it wasn't even him, there was just a letter there from her inviting someone to dinner called Mark.
No, but hadn't like the GGW, a other guy, and her all stayed there before at some point?
The GGW?
Yeah,
Isn't he a
Great
big fuck?
Gordon.
I think you've
I
got a
mean-
bit mixed up. I think you've just really bought into Mark's confusion.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused myself now.
Yeah, so let's rewind back a bit, right? So she asked about the stonework. And she says, and this crystal that called itself the house. I assume this was some kind of construct that kept the building itself afloat.
Yeah, definitely done that. Because after it cracked, it seemed that the entire place just plummeted.
Or maybe. Kind of looks at you. And she says, like it's like a kind of deep thought look. She goes, "It is most convenient that you were saved by this Indra lament, then, as well timed as that seems." She kind of like looks between Bastille and Riz momentarily, and she says that. And then she says,
Comment on the fact. Oh, sorry.
"No, on you go. No, feel free to."
Comment on the fact that Mark and this place. Mark basically didn't recognize Magna as a king, and he thought that it was some other dragon entity from the times before. So the architecture might have come from the old Dragon Empire, maybe.
Yeah.
And I want to pull that thread.
Yeah, so you said to her, and then she kind of looks and she goes, "That's very possible. I don't recognize the stonework myself, but I'm no student of architecture, unfortunately." She smiles at you, kind of like helplessly, and then she says, "Mostly because I love architecture, I know you like architecture, and sadly not all the NPCs that we enjoy will like architecture because of this. As much as I'd like her to love it. But yeah, she kind of says, you know, like you almost like smiles and that kind of, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be much help there."
Yeah.
She kind of turns to look at Mark, who's like, you know, half in a cupboard at the moment, and he kind of turns back and kind of almost looks sympathetic and turns back to the group and goes, "I wonder who created such a wonder, you could say, to summon the power to keep this place aloft, never mind travelling, as it seems. I wonder if it feeds its power from the overworld itself." She seems like in deep thought about that. And she says, "This Indra lament, though, you have made deals with her, yes?"
You see Crumbar grind his teeth.
I'll draw the.
So I'm not sure how wise that was, but it had to be done.
It's like super magic, right? I'll hand her the tears of life.
Yeah.
I'll show her it.
And she looks at you and looks at it and says, a very fine creation. One of yours, I assume?
Partly, the enchantment is from her. You understand the nature of this magic? Can it be undone?
She looks at it and she goes, "I don't understand. There is no enchantment upon this weapon."
Cold shivers down his spine. Oh, fuck.
You take it back and like kind of, "Give me my toy back, you broke it."
Hey.
But yeah, do you take it back?
Yeah. I'll just assume it's because it's in Riz's like Faraday cage.
No, like, I mean, as soon as you hold it, you know it's gonna be the
I
enchantment.
feel magic resistant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, this pack goes beyond magic. Okay.
Yeah, right. It goes into the narrative. No. The one place I dare not tread. But yeah, so she kind of like acknowledges this and she goes, If I may, I would like to impress upon you the full weight of my opinion about making deals with Indra Lament. If I had the ability to destroy the pact binding you to her, I would." And she just looks at everybody with like the most fucking severity you've ever seen from her.
I'll just ask her, is there anyone that can break such a pact?
The answer is in gift form.
I don't want to even look.
Say,
She says, "Unfortunately, I know not anyone who can break the pact of the High God, Indra Lament."
High God. That's not can't be a good term.
it's at least a Charizard. Minimum. Third Evo.
It's a shiny Charizard, yeah.
I say you talk from a place of emotion, as if the mention of that name goes deep.
She says,
you had
"Ironically,
dealings with her
I speak from sorrow, her domain."
And you've had dealings with her yourself, have you?
Everyone has felt sorrow, have they not? Even you. She says that like kind of like again like a this isn't a nice thing to talk about because everybody has had sad times.
I'm sure crying to her mother. Like, yeah, might be connected, but yeah, I won't say that directly.
Mental note, post-it stuck. Yep, sticky note attached. Done.
Yeah.
She says,
Yeah.
I would be very careful about how you walk the lines that you have drawn with her. The High God is known for boredom.
Causing it or being bored?
The latter. Being bored. This leads her to involve herself in any life that will allow the meddling, as it were. I'm not saying that Indra Lament was not once, or is even capable of kindness. I'm saying that they are somewhat blind to the pain their actions can cause now.
I have faith.
In the wrong thing, it seems, considering you have made more than one deal, it seems, with her. And she gives you a look as if, I feel like, definitely like a, I feel your pain, but also you're dumb kind of look, like a disappointed aunt would give you.
Yeah, Bastiel has like a low giggle to himself, like no one could ever understand true surrender to faith. No,
Yeah.
it's not something you can make someone swallow, and it's probably a problem he's run into a lot. You can't just tell someone to go blind.
Yeah, right. Especially somebody that has literally died, met their fucking like deity, and then was like, "You're an idiot, go back and live." Yeah. So
Yeah.
next on the list, what have we got next? Unless anyone wants to ask anything else about Indra Lament in that moment.
He's a bitch.
It's not a question. Okay, so we're on to Janus then and Vishal, it looks like. So you tell her the information about Vishal, and I think that leads nicely from the Indra Lament comment where she says, this Vishal that you mentioned to my father, and you seem to have been lucky to walk away from the encounter. I understand the desire to seek vengeance for your people, Crumbar. I think it's important you see the value that you walked away from this. I think, and she says, like, as you're about to say something, I think she actually like just continues speaking and says, I think you should look at the kindness Indra Lament granted you, whether intentional or otherwise.
I think I want to talk on the bizarre school of magic that I saw through Detect Magic when I looked at Vishal and I looked at his lair. Something I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
Disgusting, fetid craft.
And she
An
says,
entire school.
yes, it seems like there is much still to uncover about the arcane to all of the scholars of the world. I am sure there is yet much more to discover beyond even this corruption of the arcane. However, if you travel with, and she like motions to both Grumbar and Arya, you travel with these two, then you will know that I am not one to throw stones in glass houses. In dark times, darkness can sometimes be a useful tool. She turns and acknowledges Riz.
And herself.
I mean, literally every one of you. Maybe except Bastiel, maybe.
The
right?
Source.
And she then, I guess we move on to.
Well,
no, you go. Yeah, please feel free to ask as we go. Yeah.
does she actually know who Vishal is? Like in regards to things like
Celebrity.
like.
No, what
does
she
he-
said is what she said. Like, if I'm not saying it, it wasn't said by her.
Oh, okay. So she doesn't know like allegiances or anything like
No,
that.
she just thinks the fact that her father's super interested in it is quite an interesting fact because he literally just bailed on her and lunch, right? To go deal
Like,
with
who
his
bails?
wedding,
Who bails on lunch?
right? Especially with the
What,
dog.
Well, this is the thing as well. Is what I'm thinking
He
about.
dodged
is
the bill. Yeah, you're right.
No, well, this is the thing that I'm thinking. I was thinking about the other day. Is well, the Wizard King couldn't have gone to kill him because, or else I would have been compelled to stop him, right?
Right.
Oh, that's true. That's a great point. That's an amazing point.
Yeah.
Good old Indra lament. So,
Wow.
Thing is, what you don't know, you can't stop. So if you didn't really know the purpose he went there with, and you couldn't stop him if he'd gone
Yeah.
saying to go
It's-
kill him, then you would have had a problem, you know?
in the other, like, if we look at lines of assumption as well, right? Let's take a wee step back and go. If you think that Magna had the power to take out a god, then he was just doing the same again to get around that problem if that was a problem, right?
Mhm.
So, I'm just saying that if you already think that he's capable of X, Y, and Z, then the idea that something else that he's maybe capable of involves Z shouldn't shock you. You know?
I think anymore. I think it's considerably less powerful now that we like it fell through. All the things that the Elf Queen said didn't really match up when we met him, and he didn't seem to know much about any of it. So I think
It's just a guy
considerably
clearly walking. He's
less-
like, I just came for a scone and like some honeyed
Yeah,
wine,
yeah.
and I'm getting asked all these bullshit questions by strangers I don't know. Like, who are these people, daughter? Like,
so normal.
did you sell tickets
met you
again
in-
to have dinner with the king?
It's literally like the worst thing someone can imagine. But this is why I hate the world. Like, who
Yeah.
are these people mucking with my time up?
Yeah, like I'm just here to
crazy
have dinner with my
questions.
daughter. Leave me alone, fans.
Yeah.
Right. So, any other questions about the Vishal side of it then?
No.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah, not for me.
Cool.
Just thinking,
Mhm.
like,
Just thinking. Yes.
why does she think her father reacted that strongly to him? Like, that's kind of the thing
I'll ask her
that
that.
I'm thinking. One sec. But yeah, so I'll actually I'll actually say, why do you think your father reacted so strongly to the notion of our dealings with this special character? I
She-
couldn't quite understand the rush.
She says, "It is my father's place to guard the world from untold problems, dangers that lurk out there. And if this Vishal is able to wield as of yet unstudied and unknown magics, then I think it would be pertinent that my father took an interest in this matter. Wouldn't you?"
Yes, I don't know. It sounded like perhaps he would engage somebody else to do his recon.
She kind of
And
smiles at that, and she says, "If this Vishal has the power to ignore death's final promise, then perhaps the rest of the world would flock to someone able to provide such false hope. It would have a great ability to sway one's heart and allegiance."
I understand.
And my father would not necessarily entrust something he deemed important to someone else. He would make sure the task was done correctly and personally. It is in fact how he still maintains the respect of the influential of the world.
So I understand that must be very tiresome, though.
I can honestly say I don't know where he finds the energy. He just kind of smiles gently.
Sorry.
No, you go.
Could we maybe ask her about then, like, why would she think that the Elf Queen would say that
Ask.
Magna?
Just
Yeah,
ask.
yeah, it's like, well, from saying that, why do you think the Elf Queen implied that Magna was the one that aided Vishal in this real life of his?
And JeSTORYa looks and she goes, I think the interesting outcomes of that line of thinking is if she is correct and if she is incorrect. If she is correct, this presents a great deal more worry. Wouldn't you say?
Very much so. Hence why we wish to have this more private conversation.
She kind of nods, like, you know, like she respects the fact that you wanted to have this conversation with her. And then she says, however, if she is incorrect, it would not be beyond a ruler to try and undermine another. Elves have,
Undermine.
and like she says, elves have been known to say with words what they mean differently.
Blah blah.
I'm only half offended.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Word undermine.
Mm.
I want to interject with when we left Vishal, we encountered a devastated civilization, a derelict city.
Yes,
reduced
this
to-
wasteland that this, like the old god Janus, saved you from. Yes.
Yeah, that's
That's right, an old empire, you might say.
And she smiles and goes, it was the old empire.
Dun dun dun!
It was the former capital of the Dragon Empire.
Oh my god!
Oh, damn.
But not a dragon to be seen, not a motif.
She kind of laughs, kind of innocently in that way, because the Dragon Empire itself was not purely dragon-based. The citizens today, old enough to live on, were part of the Dragon Empire under their rule.
So who ruled before Magna then? Was it a dragon?
Just smiles and says, no, merely someone in service to them. I do not know his name offhand, unfortunately. But I'm sure a history book somewhere will have it written down.
Oh, we're finding it.
I wonder which type of dragons they served.
Just mentioned, she goes, in my experience, mostly the silver.
Oh. I don't know if Arya would actually have any knowledge of that. Remember, she's not really like very much.
No, like,
Straight the
yous are all
world.
children of, like, you know, Magna's empire, right? All of you, I think, except Bastiel, I guess. But Bastiel was built by dwarves and he didn't give a fuck about that shit, so.
Yeah.
like,
After all.
actually just didn't give a fuck about that shit, so. Yeah. Right, so if that's the questions on that, Janus was segued into next night, and she goes, it was somewhat confusingly benevolent of Janus to entertain something so whimsical as a game of chance, as it were. To fashion something so sought after. And she like motions to Arya, like, and you know where she keeps the Eye of Janus. In a pouch labelled Eye of Janus, please do not touch.
I'd like to think that it's a pouch that she's wearing, almost like a medallion, but like maybe under a layer of clothing. But it's definitely like not something she would have just put in her pocket, you know?
Yeah. And she says, if my assumptions about how my father was able to acquire such an artifact are true, then you should guard that very, very preciously. I do not know of another that exists.
Arya kind of nods and like puts both her hands on it and kind of like
Yeah, and then
has
like
that like, of course, yes.
as they're acknowledging that, she says, and yet you speak of a third, binding Odysseia.
Arya nods and kind of like nods her head to the side, like to point towards somebody, and then does that towards Crumbar.
She kind of nods and she goes, "This vision you had, Crumbar, this dream.
Yes.
What were you asked of by the Great Goldworm?"
Trying to remember now.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah.
What, sorry?
I mean, he didn't, right? It's not like you were summoning. It's like, "Come free me, Crumbar." It was just like, you probably shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And breathed on you and
He just
fire.
looked
And... What was that, Sran? Sorry, you've been cut off again.
He just looked knackered, right? He just looked...
Yeah, like he was a person who'd woke up with like 10 days of sleep deprivation and no coffee.
Yeah.
And kids.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't really something he'd like. He didn't really say that I had to do anything, really, did he?
No. I'm thinking Crumbar's confusion there. She says, "And he must have a lot of faith in you, Crumbar, to have bestowed such a gift. This armor you can summon at will."
The shiny.
It seems like you have been gifted a lot by gods. And she looks between everybody who has like fucking god artifacts on them currently. And then he says, "This appeasement for the white, Kundir, how is this assisting you, given your interactions with Cyril?" She looks at everyone.
That was Cyril after the White, right?
Yeah, so you met the White technically in the Dwarf Kingdom, and then again in the Golden Order, and then you met Cyril basically surreptitiously from High Rock all the way up into the Queenswood, and then she revealed big old dragon body, the Queenswood. So
yeah, right. We unwittingly divulged much about our journeys with Cyril before finding out that she was in fact the mother of sorcery herself. At the mention of Candir, the White, she showed no animosity, and Candir herself, when we met her, showed no animosity to us. They're both fairly reasonable creatures.
like JeSTORYa can like acknowledge that, and she says, "I am not an expert on draconics, but I am familiar enough with Cyril and her nature to understand that she is a lady of her word, even if you aren't fully understanding the words she is using." Can I give you like a nod just to say, "Be careful"?
Yeah.
And then she says, "However, you have said that she offered you the financial backing to fund some mercenaries to help at this abyss. Of this I can confirm. There have been mercenary companies on large kind of ships transported to the Golden Citadel. Some of us were worried that this was to raid the Golden Order Citadel, but it seems that they have travelled south."
Yes. Were you aware that she currently holds High Rock?
Cyril has been governor of High Rock for some time.
Okay, so like, does the public openly know a dragon is ruling High Rock?
I mean, you gotta ask the public. She said Cyril every time, right? And obviously, keep in mind that you always knew Cyril ruled High Rock, right?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
Right.
confused. Is the blue's name Cyril as a dragon?
So no, that's like dragon names are quite rare to be heard outside, you know. Yep.
Yeah.
You could say that in that alleyway you caught Cyril off guard so much she just used her own name.
What? That was a nat one, wasn't it?
It was when you were looking for the like Sophie's and not Sophie, Kitty and Dondrabella. He's rolled fucking was it advantage nat ones on both dice, and I was like, "Yep, you find a lovely silver-haired lady in an alleyway." Nope. I was like, "It's Takana," and it's like, "No, it's not. It's Cyril."
It could have been.
I just like that. Goes, "Who are you?" And it's like, "Cyril." Who are you and why are you in this alleyway accosting me? So anyway, back in this conversation. So, it seems like JeSTORYa has just said, well, of course Cyril is governor of High Rock. ...
That's because I made her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how that came to be.
Yeah, right.
Do you think I should tell her that?
Right.
That's it, guys.
Wow.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
But also, I just made a fantastic point in the chat as well.
Well, is there
Yeah,
anything
so-
more to discuss about the white and the blue then? Just want to let's.
To be
Oh.
honest, that's going on from a point Dom made to me, so yeah.
So, is there anything else you
That
wish
is
to
a
discuss
damn
about
good
the
point.
white and the blue?
Sorry,
Stay
sorry.
on topic. I need to keep it straight in my head.
Right, okay. Should I tell her that it was me that made her thingy?
What use will it do?
To you, but I don't think it would do anything other than
Yeah.
make her think that we've wasted
A wish.
that. That it should have been used on something else or saved for something else. And also, am I right in thinking there's a chance you might be able to use it again? We
No,
don't know.
it's
or
gone.
Something like that.
No.
I
it's
can
enough.
use
Okay,
Wish.
never
He
I
can use
use
Wish again. Yeah, so
but I need to acquire one.
if you go beyond the scope of the limitations on the wish spell, you have a 1 in 3 chance of never being able to cast it ever again. Ever. Regardless of if somebody gave you a scroll of 100 million wishes. You would never be able to use them.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And he lucked out on his roll, so
I
it means
need
that
to
if he gets the spell, he can use it again. He just will not be given it by the sword. Yeah. There you go.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so if that is all the questions about the white and the blue, I'm assuming.
Yep.
I think
Yes,
JeSTORYa will say the white does seem threatened by my father's rule. However, this does seem troublesome. I do not see why my father would send red dragons to attack the citadel. I don't see the bigger picture there myself, despite my own misgivings about my father's actions. If he wished the Golden Order Temple to be destroyed, he could just destroy it.
Where did the red dragons sit in the old Empire's hierarchy?
You ask her that, yeah?
Yeah.
And she goes, again, I'm no expert on Draconics or the old kingdom. I've focused mainly on building a new, better kingdom as best I can here. But then she looks around and kind of laughs at the fact that she's here. And then she says, as far as I'm aware, the five had no place directly in the Dragon Empire. They have always been outsiders to order.
Right, yeah, I thought maybe just the Reds were outsiders and Magna was using that for the Reds to turn on all the others or something.
That's as much as JeSTORYa would know.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, what else is on the list? What else have we got going on? So, we've covered that, we've segued into that nicely. UN stuff's covered. You didn't answer a question about that though, actually. Like, what good is, how goes this UN project and does it actually still serve your purposes, is what she asked. Given what you've done with the blue.
Yes, I think we'll segue into telling her about the artifacts that we need, the journey, and what we need from Candir, why we're making a sacrifice to her.
Sure, yeah.
And why Dondrabella is with us, basically. Yeah.
And she says, this hammer, then, do you think the white will part with it?
For the greater good, so the demons do not consume this realm. I think so. She seems reasonable and my king believes in her.
kind of just... She seems thoughtful on that. She goes, again, I do not fathom the mind of a dragon. Especially one so old. She says, if you have faith, then I will have faith for you. She then moves down her list of stuff to go. And purely for Dom, the legend of the Astral Hammer, Dom, because, dear gods, the legend of the Astral Hammer. So, yeah, next on the list is Eremos, older and murdery. Well, we've covered that really, right? We started with that. So, do you have any questions about that?
Yeah, still just like, does she know of Eremos's whereabouts, and what does she know what happened after
Her dad.
her dad
again?
took her? But yeah,
She kind of looks at you, Zon, because I fear it's that he grew up. She gives like a sad look to that.
I take it you had no interaction with him after he was taken.
No, I was assisting you, if you recall. She says that without any like shadiness. I know it sounds kind of shifty.
Oh right, okay. I thought that was like, all right.
But she was though, right? Like, you know,
Oh,
it's when she was like,
Yeah.
then fucking taken out of action for weeks at a time. Because you then went on your quest to go solve hellholes.
shit, yeah. Look,
Yeah.
we should probably ask her how she's been with the whole.
7 hours into this conversation. How are you doing?
In fact, yeah. In fact, I might segue that into that.
I'll do it now.
What she's done is in recovery.
Yeah.
I
That's
asked her.
like Arya did, because Arya was, you know, Boulder. Yeah. But you can ask now if you want, Crombar. They don't just stop you asking.
No, it's more the whole. I want to know how, if like the whole hard demonscape thing is.
Yeah, right. That's yeah.
And
Good luck
it's-
segueing that in politely.
And yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I was just saying, it's like, and
Eamon, how are you?
I was just saying, it's just like, I, you know, I know you've said you're doing well, but regarding last time we had your help. How are you after the change?
She give you a look. I think where a lot of the joy has left her face, her like pleasant, warm joy. And she
Mhm.
says, I am still recovering from a lot of the corruption that comes from the hellholes. The energies I am filtering, she gives you a look as if it's the best word she's got,
Mhm.
are powerful indeed and have their own notions that are hard to tame. And then, obviously, because of the special effects budget, had a bit of spare cash. There's a tiny green flare in her eyes to kind of imply that she is not yet without that power. Right?
Mhm.
It's not fully gone yet.
Is there anything? Yeah. Sorry,
It's good.
this has been such a high price for us to ask of you. Is there anything we could do to help in your recovery?
She smiles and she says, I am not so full of airs and graces that I would not ask if I thought you capable of helping me. Know this and my trust in you. There's like a hand on your cheek.
And I would just be like, you understand my concern on that. You would understand my over concern in the matter.
She
I'd hope.
smiles and she nods and she goes, a blade must be kept sharp, but in its sheath of its owner. And she looks at you. And that is a direct translation from an Orcish saying, which basically means keep your weapon close and don't let somebody else get a hold of it. Because if your weapon's dull, it's not going to do you any good, but if it's too sharp and somebody else takes it, it's your problem. And you've basically said, I am upset that you might become a demonic problem I have to put down one day, JeSTORYa.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and you've said, you're a tool, and you're useful. And I don't want you to become an enemy tool. But yeah, like, let's just, like, baseline that. So,
Yeah.
she's used the Orcish quote that says that exact thing back to you. Only she says it, you know, she translates it because she can't speak Orcish. And then...
Okay.
Okay.
No.
she's-
Sorry.
So at that point, right, I want to go into the next part, right? Because we've got obviously the red dragon attack I've covered, right? I covered that. Vishal told us the third is no match for the second. What does this mean? Maybe dragons. She says, if indeed Vishal is tied to any of the dragons, then the third would be the blue.
Right.
And
The-
who would the second be?
The red.
What were the wording on that saying again? Something the third is something more than the second.
The third is no match for the second was pretty much the exact wording of that.
Who was it that said that again? I'm trying to-
Vishal.
Yeah, hey,
Also,
sorry,
yeah, somebody that's
Oh,
not.
sorry, what was the context of it again? I mean, sorry.
You were like, yeah, we've got the blue dragon on our side.
And said the third is no match for the second.
Yeah, which
So
means
the
it
side
won't
of the
help
red
us.
is
Right,
stronger,
yes.
so
So
they-
yeah,
That's good that we have the blue on our side because the red can wipe the floor with it.
right. Okay, so I think does Vishal have the? Was that a threat from Vishal or a warning? Because either he's meaning he has the red on his side,
Yeah,
or
think
or Magna has the red.
I think
on his
considering
side.
he said you didn't have to be enemies, it's less of a threat, which is not something he has to do. He doesn't need to threaten you guys. He just killed you moments before that,
Mhm.
right? It's more of a, you could say it's more of a warning. Just looking at it logically, it's like, he doesn't need to tell you that, but he did. So you're saying, well, we're okay, we've got the blue on our side, and then he states the third is no match for the second. I think he actually said
But
the
the
third
third is
child
white,
is no
right?
match for the second, is what he actually said.
Mhm.
The white is the first, right?
Yes. White is the oldest in charge. Yep.
So technically, we have the white and the blue.
Well, not yet.
She did say
Of course.
technically. It's a very long technically.
I really do think it would be
I
worthwhile.
would like to think that if the red is doing awful things that the white would not agree with, having the white and the blue on our end on our
I mean, the
side
white did
would
turn
be
up and stop the reds doing stuff.
that too.
There's a black and a green as well, though.
Yep.
That's still 2 against 3.
So,
But we
I-
don't decide there on.
but then remember, somebody was looking for their brother, were they not?
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this because it might not be popular opinion.
Do we need to push the PAP button again? Player
No, but
agency, please.
I'm starting to think it might be worthwhile speaking to Vishal again.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
2 seconds.
crap.
Bastiel, summon Indra Lament, get us an audience with Vishal, then let's do it all again.
No.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Right, before we
No.
theorycraft this, right, before we
No.
theorycraft this, let's go back to this, right? So does anybody want to talk about the third being no match for the second with her?
Yeah, I want to inquire about the green and black. I'll
Yeah.
say we know that the blue resides in High Rock, the white reside, or it at least seems on the surface of the white's heart resides with the dwarves. The red, the black, the green. How can we make sure we don't run into them?
And she just gives you like a look, like she's seeking an answer, right? Like her eyes darting side to side and whatnot. And she says, I fear if the dragons wish to involve themselves in your life, then you have no no choice but to mitigate the damage.
Bastiel's secretly really excited about that.
Obviously.
'Cause
His
no matter what
antenna
he said he was gonna
put things
reverse
up
it.
like Bender, yep.
Yeah. How can we never run into them? And he goes and does exactly the opposite. Find them.
I cast summon them.
Yeah, gate. Okay, gate. Okay, yeah, that's all I really had on that.
Okay, anybody else got any second and third related questions? I'm actually just opening
I
up
was
an old
just
file
curious.
to just double check I haven't fucked up my own logic here.
Ooh. Yeah.
When this file loads, I'll let you know.
Would I know anything about like other two big chromatic dragons and kind of like their stance in relationship with their siblings. Like, for example, if they've previously had some sort of an alliance between the first and the third, or
Their
first
reputation.
and the fifth, or
So yeah, I
Or
did
like
fuck up
how
the order,
they-
guys. Sorry, so I did fuck it up ever so slightly. So ignore third child and say fourth child. Right?
Okay.
Everything else is completely legit. Apparently I fucked
Oh,
up
so-
my order because I'm working from like, memory between 3 years.
Yeah.
So
Blue is the fourth one then.
so who's the
Yes.
fourth and who's what?
yeah, blue is the fourth.
Okay.
Fourth child.
So
So the fourth is no match second.
Yes. That would be it. Man, that's fucked up. Apologies, guys.
Okay, in that case, what I would want to know is what's known about the third and the fifth.
Yeah, and
What,
that's the
like,
black and the green,
their stance
obviously.
may have been with their but what their stance may have been like in relation with their siblings.
Yeah, well, you can say siblings. That's the best. It's the best term scholars
Yeah.
have come up with for them, because they interact like siblings, where they're sometimes
God.
aligned and sometimes against each other, for unknown reasons other than they stole
Yeah.
my CD and never gave back my Tammy or my hoodie. So anyway, I didn't lose a hoodie or a CD, by the way, recently, just in case you're worried about me. Since I've used that reference twice now. Yeah, like JeSTORYa says, again, my knowledge of dragons is limited. I know that the youngest is the green. And the green takes the most to do with the people of the world. But beyond that, my knowledge is limited. And as for the black, she kind of just shakes her head vaguely. She's like, I have only read conjecture regarding the Night Queen.
what does conjecture mean?
People that have opposing points without any actual finality to it. So me saying it could be this, and then chancing, well, it could be that, and none of us actually having a way to bridge to a fact, right? So
speculation.
Right.
That's a much
But
better
the
way of
night-
describing it.
But she's known as the Night Queen.
Well, they call them stuff, right? Like the way the blue's been called the mother of sorcery by scholars, right? And if she's the fourth, formerly the third in Ryan's error, the fact that obviously she's the mother of sorcery, and sorcery's capable of everything sorcery's capable of, doesn't that scare you if the second is much more powerful?
Goes to show you that the sword is mightier than the pen. So wait, so what did the green represent?
Yeah, she never said.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask her that?
Fine.
No, she never said because she
Very
didn't
important.
know. Yeah.
Right, okay. I
Like-
just like to know for lore's sake.
Yeah, like you could literally go and find somebody that studied dragons
we need
better
to find these
than
things out.
like who studied the five, I should say, not just randomly wandering mountains to track dragons, like Don
We do have a
Drabella
bit of a
did.
dragon expert with
Yeah,
us.
I was gonna actually say.
That was my point that I was making there, though. She tracked dragons by like just surviving mountain conditions and tracking their movements, and mostly it was the white slot she tracked because that's the ones that were near her, right? She has stated that she doesn't know much about the other colours before.
She doesn't
Yeah,
know
but
much.
she might
but
know
she
where
might
to
know some.
start.
Yeah, I mean, she would be the best person to talk to the other people. Since she's an NPC of mine, and then you'd be speaking to another NPC of mine, she sadly wouldn't have much to say on the matter. Do you get why?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to talk to myself for hours. But yes, so these are in a city full of magic scholars, though, so keep that in mind, or you were. These are now in a spear.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
That's okay, so we've covered that
Sad.
part. Is MD anything else to ask about the dragon numbers? I think we're good, right? Okay, next in the line is tell her about the nut vampire and the maybe wine. She has so little to offer on that. That's so fun. I think she looks at you and she says, perhaps be more careful about what you are willing to drink.
It
Aria
was more,
nods vigorously.
it was more as well just to mention the full story of how I got the sword, but also if she would know anything about this maybe not vampire thing.
I think the other thing she focuses on is I'll just have her say it so Cromber, it seems like this sword you were gifted by Celeste. It seems like this was a second chance for your people to do something right with their fate that was so mishandled by others, including this Vishal.
Not anymore. It's not. But yeah, I'll just smile at her and be like, "Thank you. I will keep this in mind."
We've then got Bastiel's stuff, and she says, "You." I don't know if I should say my friend, but you, my insert familiar term here.
Yeah.
Because I think I should say my wonder, right? You, my wonder. I think you to be the most unique of the party. What you travel with. You're a child of craft and for craft, and to that I can respect. You bring creation and creativity, where others can bring destruction. Yous are suited well together, and she looks at the party and you. And then for obvious cinematic reasons, it seems like Arya and Arya seems to be kind of in the middle of the group with Bastiel at one side and everybody else at the other. Chandra Bell is at the side with Bastiel, of course, because she's brought so many fucking people into the world. It's ridiculous. But yeah. She says, "You carry your story well. I'm sure Ulrich would be proud of you."
Thank you. After the last point, I have something to offer her.
Yeah.
Is that everything on the list?
Yeah,
I think we've done all now, right?
Let's see, have we got everything? Have I covered everything? We've got story of that, got the core. I'm not talking about Firelands because I think she'd have much to say about that. Because obviously the books, right? You'd need to sit and pour through books. Point trying to connect to the Dragon Empire. As for things alright, so connecting things to the Dragon Empire. The only thing that's connected to the Dragon Empire seems to be the fact that the loosest connection you have was Mark. He's the only one that's mentioned it. Besides where Vishal was, and that's it, right? Like, I don't think there's been any other links.
Alright.
Because it seems like the ones you thought were in place, like JeSTORYa's been like dispel, so to speak, so far. Such as the 5, that seem to have nothing to do with the Dragon Empire. But again, she did admit she doesn't know a lot. Right, so Arya will at some point wish to mention that Indra Lament's intervention might have been a bit too well timed and confusing. Also, we need to mention Arsenal, and we need to check in history books if the Empire. Okay, so do you have anything else? Right, so everything I've covered up until now, right? Everything I've covered. Does anyone ask her anything else? Such as things about Arsenal.
Well, I still think that the point Arya made is one maybe worth bringing up. I was just going to ask see if anyone else had anything they could think of.
Last thing about the Arsenal, it would just be like saying that Mark mentioned that he fell from above. Ars talks about coming from a world above, and this mighty Arsenal. Maybe I can chain that off of the back of what she's saying: creation and fabrication. A world, a realm of magnificent crafts. Keep. She mentioned some kind of overworld, and I basically want to get at what is this overworld, and can it help us? Do we have dealings with that? Is that something we should look into?
She looks at you and she says, "This world is of 3. There is the world, the underworld, and the overworld. It is unknown if there is an afterworld." And she kind of gives you like a mysterious look. And I'm sure many scholars would give you many different opinions on that. But the overworld is quite real. Magic has pierced the veil. You can ascend. And I would not advise this. It is where those who are of power reside. And it is us in this world that utilize their power. And she looks at Lee to see if you're following.
Right. Okay. of
Yeah,
power.
that look of like, yes, I get it, or no, I don't, on his face.
I'm thinking when she says of power, does she mean like magical beings, like made of raw energy?
I mean, if that's what you think, it's a reasonable thing to assume, yeah.
Okay, I'm basically thinking of it as a place where raw energy and like souls are, or something.
Yeah, like you could think of that, yeah, like again, all reasonable assumptions to make, yeah, completely. Yep. You know, this is where like power exists, and you know, that's the inside of the battery, and we live on the outside of the battery. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. I'll say that I know what you're talking about.
And she kind of like leans in as if to whisper from Mark's fumbling with pans and pots that he seems to have stacked on top of each other on the oven. And she says, if he did indeed fall from this overworld, perhaps this is where this keep was from. Perhaps the house was an interface for people to engage, perhaps travel between the two. Mayhaps some of the gods wished an audience. And she says it more like she's excited about the possibilities rather than this is her saying any facts, right? Because he basically told her a fucking god elevator has just appeared and you broke it. So, yeah. Anything else, right? So you want to ask her about the Vishal thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Oh, yeah, and I'll show the Dusk Rose, the weapon I made that has a bit of architecture and the patination from that place and the culture. Does it remind you of anything? What was he wearing? Things like that. Does it add up?
Remind you of who was wearing?
Like, so if she sees like the motifs and things on the weapon.
Yeah, like she'll just happily say she doesn't know anything about the symbology because she never studied the Dragon Empire.
Okay.
And what little stone design there would have been, she'd know even less about because she's not a student of architecture or like stonework either.
Yeah.
This is like two things that are specifically out of her wheelhouse, sadly.
Yeah.
If you ask her about this spell that works this way specifically, maybe she'd be able to help.
Okay.
But again, she wasn't even a wizard. She's a sorceress, right? So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. I just assumed she wasn't because like the part of the icons, that slot was already taken by the blue, like Mother of Sorcery. So in my mind, I was like, she's something.
Again, don't think of the icons in D&D terms. It's not healthy to,
yeah.
Because they were born of a system beyond D&D. But
yeah.
She is a sorceress. She is known as the Sorceress of Horizon. She is. People would have deigned to call her the true Mother of Sorcery, but no one will ever say that out loud in case the Blues agents get wind of it, because then you'd find yourself stabbed. So, because the Mother of Sorcery is a title reserved in reverence for the Blue.
Right. Okay.
But yes, so how do you want to ask the Vishal question? Off the back of that, because she will just happily say that sadly she's not the person to ask for this. You'd maybe have to find a very, very old smith.
Oh, me. Do you mean the one where we're linking Indra Lament's intervention? I is one.
Don't know. Like, you just tell me, because I'm still waiting on somebody to ask that question.
Okay, yeah. I'll just say that it's like, well, to ask about Vishala again, we found him in this, like, sitting on a throne in this old kingdom. Is it possible that he was the king of that realm before it got destroyed?
Yeah. I don't recall of any Vishal being king of a former empire, but again, I am no expert in this. I would urge you to seek out, again, the scholars that may have more information on this. Unfortunately, I cannot help. But it does not ring a bell as such.
Yeah, actually changes everything that she's a sorcerer. She's not scholarly. She's not a researcher. She's just born amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of people still think, was you maybe just made amazing? Yeah. Again, nobody would ever said to her because regardless, they love her, right? So, because she's just good.
Yeah.
What else? Anything else before we close off this conversation?
Not really that I can think of.
That is on that thing about why she discussed things without her father. They met, I assume.
It would need to be Arya or Crumber that asked that, I guess,
Yeah.
since that was from that time.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know. I think I'm trying to figure out why she felt the need to hide stuff from him then.
Ask her.
1 second. I'm trying to figure out how to
She did
phrase
answer
it.
that way back then, though. She did say that,
Yeah.
she would not put it past her father to be involved in something that maybe we couldn't fathom the agenda to.
You can ask her what's changed since then. Why is he cool now?
Well, she never ever
Well.
said, I'm no longer his daughter, ever. Like, right?
Yeah.
I could say something like well, last time we had such a private conversation, you seem to have gone out of your way a great deal to ensure that privacy. Uh, because you said you were, I believe, unsure of the various parties that might be involved into what was going on. Do you think there is still reason for us to keep things away from your father?
And she looks at it and she says, the events since we last met have been difficult to process on my own. Who was I to trust if not my own father in purging these energies that were consuming me?
Arya nods understandingly.
And she goes, it does not negate my suspicions. My suspicions are open to any who fit, not just those with the most means. She kind of looks at you, basically saying she's not ruled out her dad, but she's not going to just blame her dad because he's the top guy, right?
Yep.
Is what she's basically saying. As it says, it would seem, however, that this Eremos is rather tied to a lot of these events.
Indeed. And we did last see him. When your father took back his property.
Mm-hmm. She kind of just like nods and she goes, an unfortunate event. She kind of like, again rubs her wrist and says, the events of the past are things we will atone for going forward, including those who work against the interests of the people. My father is not above this.
I'll just like nod and say,
You still have the
something
book, right? Do you still have that with you guys?
What
I
book?
would.
Remember the one that kicked Crumbar's ass through a door in
Yeah.
the Dwarf Kingdom?
Yeah, we used it for a spell with Dondrabella, and then we took it back.
Yeah, I think it's all like the ink has gone all weird in it, but we still
I
have
got
it.
I got my ass kicked by a book.
Mm-hmm.
You opened it, it like blew you back, and you smacked your forehead on the door or something.
Remember? The Eremos book?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Just making sure you
If
actually
we did
remember that you
always
have this
take
shit
the
right. But yeah, so she kind of looks and she goes, this is a lot to take in and a lot to process. I think it would be best if you follow up on the leads I have suggested within the scope of... And then she looks around and she says, subtlety, I would say. It would be best not to show one's hand to everyone you meet. Perhaps only say what you need to gain information that benefits you all. Horizon is not a city without its own agendas.
Is there anyone you recommend us talking to?
I imagine any of the heads of the colleges would be better informed than I. They will have had direct contact with the scholars of Horizon. I have not, unfortunately. And she says that with a tiny bit of embarrassment, only in the sense of she's going, I'm not as connected with everybody as I'd like to be, you know? And then she says, if that is all, I would suggest we make a start on this. She looks around at everyone.
Wait. Yeah, that's when I want to make my offer to her.
Right.
One sec. People who had contact with the scholars of Horizon. Yeah, is she sitting down?
I think these are all sat at benches, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'll stand up and then I'll walk over so I'm face to face with her, and I'll kneel. And I'll say, demons, the divine, the purgation of fetid magics, these are all concerns of holy nature. I realize that in this city you might not gain as much access to. I offer you contact with the gods. In the name of healing, the scar you've taken on for these people. A divination.
And she smiles and says, a most welcomed gift. Like, puts her hand, on the side of your face. And she says, but I would suggest your energies be spent where they are needed. And she smiles at you and she goes, as much as a smile from me might be needed right now. She kind of laughs. Just like a gentle laugh. And then she says, you're a gift well received. I return to you in the faith that you would utilize your powers and abilities elsewhere to greater effort.
Dang.
And she smiles.
You better not die of this, super illness. Yeah.
Well, it kind of sounds like her dad managed to get most of it out, right?
Okay, good.
Like, that was the implication I gave to the other two, because she was full on demon for the other two.
Yeah. Didn't have eyes and shit.
And she looks around, and then she kind of says, shall we then? She kind of looks at Riz, implying, we good here, or are we staying longer?
Yeah, we're good. Everybody's good.
Yeah.
So everybody stands up, the benches get pushed back, there's those wonderful bench on stone noises. As you're about to depart, Mark sits down a tray of possibly boiled tea and goes, I've made everyone tea.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
For your conversation. It's been hours, obviously.
As we stand up, we'll just snap back to where we were.
Yeah, so you end the spear, as it were. And yeah, you appear back in, what was it, the gardens you were in? Yeah, so you appear back in the gardens. Which is wonderful. And JeSTORYa says, I will attend to what we have discussed, and I would advise the same. She smiles at everyone, and then looks down, and there's just blood trickling from her lip.
Oh
damn it.
And there is a spear point through her chest.
Ah.
And her eyes burst into green flames and her entire form shifts. In agony, there is a horrible scream, like a ungodly shriek, and wings like expand out of her, and the shriek is so goddamn painful, like all the glass on the table shatters. And had I the picture at hand in the folder it should be in, I would reveal again what she looks like to everyone. But do I remember what she was called? No. So.
This is just a tribute.
But I think you've all seen the picture before of what she looked like.
Yeah.
It's Princess JeSTORYa /
Done.
demonic
I
form.
literally found it as you said it. Perfect. Wabam.
Got like a flesh Parker.
The weird split head
But
and
that's
whatnot.
she's got a spear coming out of her, right? The
Out of the
black
chest.
spear?
And
Yeah.
then after the screeching and the yelling and like the energy just like pulsing off of her, you don't even need to activate your divine sense, Grumper. I think it comes on by reflex, to be honest.
Mm.
And the spear, almost like the form, the big kind of horrible demonic looking form, gets picked up off the ground as it's flailing and tossed to the side. And Eremos is there, standing, pulling the spear out. And then he just looks at everyone and then
Are they right
vanishes.
next to her though?
No. Dramatic distance. And then he vanishes. And that's the end of the session.
I'm a fucking killer.
Yeah, or did they both vanish?
Wow.
No, she was just tossed off of the spear to the side, unceremoniously. Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
And what would you like to call the session, folks?
Oh, shit, Revivify. Don't make me spend this diamond.
Do
Oh,
it.
wait,
You're good.
oh.
Yeah.
I have two that she
I-
bought.
I'm also sure JeSTORYa will refund you a diamond.
Can't find this diamond. Let's see. Name of the
That's not
session.
the problem. I just don't know how to do it.
I've put in my suggestion, JeSTORYa.
Oh my god, I love that.
I mean, it was a lore-heavy fucking session. Very
yeah.
lore-heavy.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually, yeah.
Oh god.
It's a
It's-
really good one.
It's terribly punny, but, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, it's good.
Any other suggestions, folks? Ooh.
Brain's still broken. I can't.
Like,
I'm trying to think of something like punchy she said. A one-liner.
She's not really good at one-liners. She's more good at just undoing what you thought you were doing as a nice thing for her. When she was basically saying, oh, you don't have to spend your money on me, love. Just spend it on yourself and make yourself happy. Right? Also, actually, let me just put... It's not a bad one. Oh, there we go. Mum's the word, just off the back of that. Because it's keep things quiet. It was about her mother.
oh, that is good.
And don't tell Andy, everything basically. Any other thoughts?
Yeah,
Or we good?
subtle.
So Eremos rolls eyes.
So he's the big bad guy.
That guy,
Everything's
Eremos.
looking like him. Yeah.
I do like that one.
I think it's gotta be this one.
Alright, well, we'll get 3 votes for one of them, so we're winning. JeSTORYa has won with the 3 votes. Let me add that in. Right, so, goals. Let's have a check at that, shall we?
Alright.
Growing pains. I feel like I was suggested before as well. Right, so, talk to Brotherhood. Nope. Find Eremos' location. I mean,
Yes.
but he left before.
Yeah, he left.
So it's almost like I made sure that it wasn't an autocomplete. Learn where Indra Lament sent us.
Yeah, we know. Old Empire Waste.
Right. There you go. There's one.
The original capital.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, original capital. Yep. Have a secure conversation with JeSTORYa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was so secure
So
that
I'm
we
sure
realized
maybe
it
the-
wasn't secure when it ended.
Yeah, right.
That's how secure it was.
Establish your base operations. Nope.
In our defense, she got killed when we returned, right? As we were returning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but the conversation was secure.
we're safe for a bit longer.
Yeah. Or you're taking her away is what highlighted her without the protections of Horizon. Who knows? Arya, find out info about Indrillament. I'd say you learned a bit, right?
Yeah.
The High God. And also about the nature of Indrillament. There you go, there's another one. Explore connection to the Dragon Empire. You did.
Oh hell yeah!
I mean, you did. There weren't any, but you did. Make amends or make amenities for Thunderbella. Nope, not yet. Discovering what way Mark is connected to me. Yep,
Oh my
Cool.
god, 4 goals.
5.
We put these somewhere in the completed
Oh,
section.
You
I'm
do?
moving them over.
Yeah.
completed.
Okay, you do it, man.
There are 5 completed goals this session.
We
Wow.
actually D-level.
Damn.
You were naughty. What? 3 levels down. No.
So
2
what,
levels
that's
back.
5 times. Is it? It's 800 per goal, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it?
So, well, you're level
Alright.
8, right? So it's 100 times your current level.
Oh,
For
cool.
4,000 XP.
So, is that exactly 4,000 XP you just got?
Yeah, 5 times 800. 4,000.
Isn't that exactly what you needed to level?
Level 9.
Oh my God, level 9.
It's happening.
Oh, you beauty. You absolute beauty.
Dude, that's huge. That's 5th level spells.
So it's on 49,000 we're on, yeah?
You're on
48,000.
48,000.
48,000.
Yeah. It's just level 9. That's what you're on now.
Cool.
Which is kind of a nice place to end it before the winter break, right?
Big smackdown.
Yeah, man. We had a big 3-week break as well, so we did a lot of stuff in this one.
Yeah, a 5-session lore dump, or 5 goal
Yeah.
lore dump. Yeah. Who knew you asked the right questions to tick a lot of the boxes? Right. So beyond that, let's do goals, but also feel free to take the time we'll have to think of goals. I don't necessarily need them to do now for obvious time-based reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
Because we're
that'll
not
be
running
best.
next week, but see if you don't get back to me before next week with goals, then we'll need to arrange some actual time to discuss them as a group again, right?
Yeah.
Like a session again, as opposed to that. But you can get back to me at some point during the week with suggestions for goals and pop them in.
Yeah.
Beyond that, though, let's just go straight on to wrap-up chat, because refilling 5 goals would take hours. So, wrap-up chat, do you want to start us off, Arya?
Arya really enjoyed this conversation because, you know, we got to speak to JeSTORYa without kind of fearing that we're telling too much because we actually trust her.
Mhm.
Whereas the previous conversation we had when her dad was around as well, Arya was constantly like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, are we saying too much?" So there's that. This was a much nicer conversation as far as Arya is concerned. Sad it had to end that way, and Arya's even more upset and disappointed at what the fuck Eremos might be doing and who might be getting him to do this thing.
Mhm.
And yeah, she will probably be in a panic and trying to see if she can help JeSTORYa in any way, shape, or fashion, because that's just how she is. That was very, as you said, lore heavy, so my brain is a bit messed up and I do need to re-listen to this already. But very fun, and especially a very interesting way and place to leave things for now. So
Yeah, it's a mega cliffhanger. Yep. Yes, Bastiel.
I really liked that. We took that first. We broke off that first chunk for Riz, and it all culminated in a session that couldn't have happened without Nigiru.
Mm.
So that tied together really well, and then after that point, that it flowed so nicely. It wasn't some battle where we had to pry information out of someone. We did everything, just fell into place. We did everything correctly. It felt like we earned it, and it worked, and we got a satisfying reward, and it just felt great.
No, good.
Smooth.
I'm glad you enjoyed the flow of it, because yeah, it was so much to unpack, but it was worth doing the RP to unpack it, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's not exactly a terrible idea to review every fucking thing that was said, quite frankly, over the next couple of weeks. It's like everybody like video studying it, the audio files, be like, they said it this way and he took a breath then. That must mean something. He inhaled. He was human once. But yeah, it's good. It's good fun. I liked your offer at the end as well. That was good. Obviously, she was obviously going to shoot you down because she doesn't really like accepting gifts, ironically. But yeah, it's almost like there's another reason why she might have been found. Hey, Riz.
Well, Princess
Oh,
Shadow.
no.
Fuck.
Who's buddy?
I don't know. I don't want to. Wait, why am I always getting blamed, man? I'm not taking this.
Oh,
I'm just standing down.
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to remind you how much we leveled up because we got us into a safe place.
I mean, yeah, like legit, you
For a
did provide.
conversation.
You provided the stability for 5 goals to be achieved, so that they're now level
don't
9 and can
forget
murder you. Yeah. Anything else, Bastille?
It was good. Other than that, I just want to say it was really nice how you turned a situation where it was literally bullet points of, yeah, can we time skip this? But you actually gave loads of room for us to break it apart as we went, so we still had loads of fuel to the fire. Then it just rolled into this huge thing where we learned a ton.
Yeah, like
That was
I was going to try and do it individually right at the start, and I thought I can't really answer this first question without referring to stuff she wouldn't know. And so I was like, I need her to just have been told all of this, and then her being like, oh, okay, let me process this.
Yeah.
So you mentioned this. Okay, that sounds like, so it's almost like you're saying, can you work this problem out for us, JeSTORYa? Here is all the pieces of the problem. And then she sits and helps you build the jigsaw together. That's what it felt like. And I wanted just to have
really
the
great.
agency to actually work with her in that scene. Because, yeah, like, she's not the people's princess for no reason, right? She is pretty fucking bitchin', I think. Even if she's not exactly super useful in certain places, she's still willing to go as far as she can to help the greater good, as it were. But yeah, no, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Grumba.
Thanks for DMing.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
Well, it was good to finally learn a lot more about that place that we were when we met Vishal and all the nonsense. If that makes any sense of what I just
Yeah, the old capital.
Yeah, it was good to like learn about there and stuff like that. It's really annoying that Eramos has decided that he thought, oh, I know, let's stab up JeSTORYa because yeah, I'm gonna want to absolutely slew the smackdown on him.
Yeah, indeed. Another
But
revelations.
good session. Like that did really cheer me up to be playing again with everyone as well.
Nice to touch base before we're taking another break, quite frankly, because of wonderful winter scheduling. Yep.
Yeah, that would not have been good. But now I need to just linger on this information.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be sad.
Excellent. And Riz.
Yeah, it was a fun session, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was like a little bit out of it because of our break, and I sort of got out of the role playing thing. But when I came in, I was just like hit refresh. It was like quite a chill session, and I got like the best of both worlds, where I got like a personal link to my backstory, which sort of just reconfirmed a lot of things and solidified me in the world even further. And that was really cool, that experience, and you described that really well. And then we had that whole thing with JeSTORYa as well, which also, like, when, like, last session when Arya was bringing up how we were giving away too much information, I never really felt the dynamic because I hadn't encountered Magna or JeSTORYa before, but then because we went into a private place, which is what she wanted, we suddenly started hitting all these points really easy. Because it's like JeSTORYa was like a different person, so it sort of confirmed like there's a depth to the world of like, oh shit, there's so many layers, you know. So
Yeah.
just something as simple as that, like just unlocked, like it like feels like we're really hard achieving like goals, and then suddenly we're just like, oh, there's 5 goals just from having a conversation with the person. So it's like it was really nice. Just it felt, and like what Bastiel said, it like really flowed the session. Like didn't feel like there was pauses. It just like carried on progressing, which was nice. So.
And the good thing is, obviously, even though there was technically pauses in the RP for us having a lot of downtime with working out what we wanted to say, it was then nice to actually then just go back and review it in RP format, right? Because I think that was important for me, is bringing it back to RP at most points. Because, yeah, you can discuss lists endlessly, and mechanics can be mechanics endlessly, and data can be data, but it's the story that matters, right? So making everything matter about how your character would put something across, and how somebody looks when you ask them a question, and all that stuff's the minutiae that I think makes a scene. Like what you're saying about trying to gauge different presentations of a character, like JeSTORYa being quite a lot more motherly and trusting when her dad's not around. And then her very much stating, yes, I do trust my father with my life, in fact. However, I'm not going to put him above the suspicions of anyone who qualifies, because she's not going to be blinded by family that way, which is nice. But it is her basically saying,
layers to it.
Yeah, like as I said, I'd like people to try and almost come across like NPCs should feel like they've got like actual reasons to be doing the stuff they're doing, right? Even if you don't know what they're doing, like you should be able to fathom a way to try and work it out, or at least approach it from a motivational thing. Like, why is this person doing this thing? What would they be getting out of it? Why did they act this way? Why did they talk this way? And that conversation we had was basically us breaking apart almost everybody's mentions motivations. Like, okay, so why did Magna vanish to go, like, potentially sort out Vishal? Well, obviously, you've just mentioned a massive, dangerous, corrupting magic force. He's obviously seen what happened to me, his daughter, so obviously he doesn't want that to happen to the world. He rules. That makes sense. Perfect. Good, he's off to go sort out a problem. What happened with the white? Why would she do that? That doesn't really make any sense. Why would my dad use the red dragons to attack the citadel? That doesn't make any sense. He could just level it. Like, aye. It's interesting.
Like not biased sort of thing. It's pretty neutral.
Yeah, it's like obviously a lot of it could just be seen ourselves saying, let's not judge my dad instantaneously for being the worst guy in history, despite him being one of the best guys in history. Like, let's maybe look at it from he's an easy target, especially from people like the Elf Queen. I'm not saying that she cares who's in charge, but the idea that he is very powerful and unopposed by a lot of things is worrying, right? If he were evil. So the idea that the Elf Queen's like, yeah, let's knock him down a peg, isn't the worst. And when you've got somebody who walks in, like, the heavy hitter that Crumbar is, walks into your house and says, I have an attitude with Magna, and she goes, brilliant, punch him. Humble him.
Yeah.
Not to say she's not right, but it's also just saying it does kind of help her, but doesn't it? Right? It takes the attention away from her in a way, even though you've literally put it back on her by saying, "Oh, the Elf Queen said you did it." So I'm excited for that to play out. I wonder why Plagal was sent by JeSTORYa to the Elf Queen. Maybe tell her to move house. But yeah, it was a lot of fun for me. I actually did not expect to be able to lore dump as much as I was able to convey tonight. That was really fun. Obviously, I'm just forever sorry for your brains because of how much you realise is in my head. I'm unpacking.
I was just silent. All I was doing was just writing it all down. I was like, I'm surprised he hasn't brought me into the conversation, but I appreciate not being mentioned.
To be fair, I had you for the first half, so I thought, you've done your time, Riz. You'll speak up when you want to. But yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that. I'm pleased we've got a group that are willing to let somebody have the spotlight for so long, like Riz at the start. I think you know that I'm willing to give everyday spotlight moments like that. It's just, also I like the fact that because you pay attention because it's interesting to find out what somebody else's fucking story is, right? And what's going on with their own personal bullshit, right? Because you've got the stuff that's happening in the world, but then you've got all your individual stuff. They're like, when do we unpack that? Right? When's ready for that? So been a lot of fun for me so far. It feels like
I
I'm doing
mean,
a
it's
fucking
like,
end of year review of the game, doesn't it?
you know, like people have given me time to do math stuff before, so it's only right that I would like,
Mhm.
you know, give them the time.
I think it's like, for me, it's about knowing the player GM dynamic. Like, I would like you to know that I have got your interests at heart for enjoying the story we're in, and I would happily give people time when it makes sense for you to have the time. And that felt right for a Riz to have that moment, especially just because it's a great way to bring up so many things, like Bastille, or Shan, I should say, said, was a lot of the session happened kind of as a result of Riz and the fallout of the last one. So it was good. It was very good. But yeah, I thank you all for playing as per usual. I thank you everybody who ever watched. Well done, you guys. And we will catch up at some point in the future. Goodbye, everybody, and goodbye, Twitch.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah.